Test, test, checking 1, 2.
All right. This one. Hill Road sliding scale, so the right.
Everyone. Okay, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order, the meeting of the Monroe County Plan Commission. Can I have your attention, please? And so I'm calling the meeting to order. It's after 5:30. And Ms. Behrman, would you kindly call the roll?
Sure. Margaret Clements,
Here.
Tron Enright Randolph,
Here.
Bernie Garitas,
Here.
Jeffrey Morris,
Here.
Cheryl Munson. Here. Edward Ullman,
Here.
and Dee Owens is absent, I believe. Jerry Pittsford is also absent, and Julie Thomas. Here. All right, that is 7 in-person quorum. And Chris Cockrum is also here as our city rep.
Yes. Is there a motion to introduce the evidence?
So moved. Second.
It has been moved and seconded to introduce the evidence. Which would consist of the Monroe County zoning ordinance as adopted and amended, the Monroe County comprehensive plan as adopted and amended, the Monroe County subdivision control ordinance adopted and amended, the Monroe County Plan Commission rules of procedure as adopted and amended, and the cases that were legally advertised and scheduled for hearing on tonight's agenda. And I'll go ahead and call the roll.
Since we don't have anybody here via Zoom,
Mhm.
yeah, we could do voice vote.
I would ask Dave, but Dave's not here yet, but let's go for it. I remember doing that in the
Fine.
past, a long time ago.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
It's been a long time with that.
So those in favor of approving the evidence
I, yes.
Yes. Aye.
and those opposed, that motion passes.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the minutes from March 21st and April 18th?
So moved. Second.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the minutes. And those are from March 21st, 2023. You said minutes, right?
Yeah, the minutes, I forgot the
Yes.
agenda, sorry.
Oh,
Yeah, we'll
that's
do
fine.
that
We'll come
next.
back to that.
Okay.
And then April 18th, 2023. Vote in favor is a vote to approve those.
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right.
Okay.
Motion passes to approve the minutes.
Is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda as advertised?
So moved.
Second,
All those in favor of approving the agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? We have an approved agenda.
Okay,
All right.
the first item on tonight's agenda is administrative business with the meeting calendar amendment with the change to the BZA, which was originally scheduled for the day after 4th of July and is now being changed to June 28th with our approval. So does anyone move to approve the meeting calendar amendment?
So moved.
Second.
All right. There's been a motion and a second, and I'm going to go ahead and call the roll on this one.
Okay,
Margaret Clements,
Yes.
Tron Enright Randolph,
Yes.
Bernie Garataz.
Yes.
Jeff Morris.
Yes.
Cheryl Munson,
Yes.
Edward Olman,
Yes.
and Julie Thomas.
Yes.
And that is 7, and the calendar is adopted and amended.
Okay, so we're moving on to unfinished business. The first item on our unfinished business agenda is PUO 22 and this is the Wiley Farm at Fieldstone, Tract F, Amendment 1, Planned Unit Development Outline, and this is the final hearing. So, Mr. Brown, if you would be so kind as to review it with us.
Thank you. Since this was presented during the last meeting in March, would the board, would the would the commission like to hear the full presentation or just the new information as well as staff recommendations?
I think the new information would be most critical, so thank you for asking.
Madam President.
Yes,
and,
Mr. Enright.
I was just going to excuse myself real quick and I'll be right back. And I just wanted to indicate that.
Okay.
I think we still have a quorum.
Okay, and we do still have a quorum. We look forward to your return. So just the new item, the new information on pertaining to this, and we'd be grateful to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. So these are the Drainage Board comments from their April 5th meeting. They have given some conditions of approval, first being require release rates based on critical release rates in accordance with chapter 761. They also require monitoring during construction, water level monitoring to make sure the proper release rates are being met. Post-construction, they ask for monitoring by a third party to ensure basins are functioning properly for the first year, particularly after a heavy rainfall. And the also ask that the preliminary and final drainage plan is reviewed and approved by the Drainage Board. Their recommendation is also that the spillway issue needs to be reviewed by the engineer. It's potentially in need of offsite improvements for downstream improvements. If it's determined that the offsite improvements are inadequate, they may be able to require fixes. Item number 3 is in the stormwater ordinance already. Require as-built of all detention facilities. Those will need to be provided. And 4, if approved, the final drainage plan must be approved by the Drainage Board. The other new information is that the neighbor meeting took place between the HOA and the petitioner on May 3rd. We received this letter on May 4th summarizing the meeting. Quote, this letter serves to give a synopsis of the subject meeting required to hold for communication, collaboration, and helpful feedback for a new plan adjacent to existing neighborhoods. This meeting was offered and held on May 3rd at the Monroe County Convention Center in the Finch Room at 5:30 p.m. It was advertised to the Fieldstone Community Association Administrator, Michael Rousey, to advertise to all HOA members. Michael Rousey was responsive through email to spread the word to homeowners. It was also advertised to Fieldstone Community Association through the Jamar Properties Management. Jamar Properties was also responsive through email to pass along to the HOA. The meeting offered all current plans as displays for all to comment on, and a presentation was offered to give any feedback, ask questions, or provide comments. He lists the attendees of the meeting as the presenter, Daniel Butler of Bynum Faneuil and Associates, project engineer. The project owner team, David Jenner, Authentic Homes. The project owner team, Reed Hayden, Authentic Homes. Project owner team, Beth Robinson, Remax Realty. Dawn Mainen, president of the Fieldstone HOA at 307 South Winstone Court. And Marianne Money, resident of 685 South Fieldstone Boulevard. He then goes over the meeting notes. First was welcome and exhibit setups. Then Dawn asked to read current petition being circulated to all HOA homeowners. Dawn believes that 300 to 600 homeowners will sign petition. Daniel clarified the proposal to Monroe County. Clarification included expansion of amendments to current PUD. 1, road routing through petition property due to now known environmental constraints and current PUD road routing would be at the backyards of current residents. 2, revise property to single-use family lots rather than multifamily that the PUD currently allows. And 3, add the commercial use of self-storage to 3.3 acres only on the property. Some additional conversation of concerns of self-storage in this area. Don explained that boat and RV storage could be advantageous for the neighborhood because of violations of on-property storage. We have also received 2 letters of opposition from members of the public. The first is from a Daniel Turner. It reads, I just learned today of a proposal. This letter is dated May 12th.
Well,
Do you want it fully read or would
No.
you like to just take a few moments to read?
we can take a few moments to read it here.
Okay.
All right, I apologize.
Thank you. That's okay, Mr. Brown.
What exhibit is?
Can you see it?
Do you have a page number on the packet for that?
Please.
Page number on the packet?
This was not included in the packet when it went out. We received it afterwards.
Okay, no
I'll
worries.
get on Zoom.
A few comments have come in through chat, as you can see.
There's someone named Brian Page who just said that they sent in a letter to you as well, Mr. Brown.
And another person said they were unaware of the meeting, the neighborhood meeting. Okay, so is everyone done reading the letter? If we could continue?
You need more time?
Very well. Here is the next letter of opposition that we received. Hopefully this one's a little more legible. This comes from a Carlos Laverty, the airport director at Monroe County Airport.
Mhm.
Madam President, I was curious, do you think it would be appropriate to ask if Daniel's able to summarize these letters just for the public's benefit?
Mr. Brown, would you kindly summarize these letters? Just, you don't have to read it verbatim, but if you're able to summarize them, fine. If reading them verbatim is easier for you, you're welcome to do that too. Mr. Enright Randolph requests.
Certainly. So for the Daniel J. Turner letter, he says that he was unaware of the meeting that took place. He only learned about it through the Herald Times article. He'd like to see the development continue only as a residential usage. Let's see. He is against the placement of storage units on this property.
I think
He
that's-
also acknowledges something that was listed in the article about sewer requirements. And let's see, he says, I'm sorry, I'm going to read this part verbatim. I want to recognize the politics involved with this issue and the constraints of the developer now that the city of Bloomington has decided not to provide municipal sewer to new developments outside the city limits. My hope would be that these politics would not impact the neighborhood field that the residents of Fieldstone and Stone Chase currently enjoy. I hope the developer will continue to work with the city to determine the best way forward, especially since the area is planned for residential development.
So, Mr. Brown, is there a City of Bloomington's utilities will serve letter for this development?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, and if a new administration takes effect, would it be possible that the city of Bloomington Utilities could change its stance, for instance, on whether or not they would extend utilities to this area for housing development?
I mean, we would require a will serve letter to, it is not required to do convenient storage, which is the use that they're proposing to add
Yes.
to the PUO. But would be required once they decided to do a preliminary plat and begin making the residential lots. I can't speak to if when an administration change would maybe.
Is it possible, though? Let me just say that. Is it
At this
possible?
point in time, I mean, if sewer becomes available, they could put the density in if it is adopted into the PUO.
What, I'm sorry, Ms. Munson, Counselor Munson, if you don't mind.
Yes, I have a question regarding who originally set the density for this development. Was it not the city of Bloomington? This be long before my time here.
It was back in 1994, 1993, I believe.
Thank you. I just wanted that point made known.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. But it's my working assumption that that with an administration change, it would be possible, although not 100% sure, of course, that a new administration could direct the CBU to supply utilities to this area. So I may, it is, of course, they're not required to, but they would be under different leadership and therefore under different administrative control, and possible cooperation and collaboration with the county could be more likely. Let me just say that. So the next letter, if you don't mind summarizing, Mr. Brown.
Yes, the airport director is expressing concerns about increased noise complaints from residents who may occupy the new residential dwellings. Since this project site is relatively close to the airports. He also expresses that he was not notified about this meeting taking place. Though he does mention that they received a letter dated January 20th, 2023, which I think might be the neighbor notice letters that were sent out.
Okay,
He's also apprehensive about an encroachment issue associated, the removal of the buffer yard open space that he says, such as and the construction of roads and convenience storage could infringe on the airport's operations. That may lead to safety risks, obstruction of flight paths. So he is expressing that he is against this petition.
okay, thank you. And so are you, yes, Mr. Garatas?
Was Carlos specific as to what his concerns were with the storage units being in the flight line or flight path versus
Yeah.
single family residential homes? Or
It seems that he seems to be against the development of that area in general, based on from what I'm reading.
thanks, Daniel.
Yes. Okay, yes, Counselor Woman Munson.
Yes, Mr. Laverty, airport director, specifically referred to the removal of the buffer yard / open space. And I would like to see what the buffer yard is supposed to be for the airport relative to this project development. I think that's an important point for all of us.
Yes.
Clarification question, is the buffer yard the same as the noise zone? No, thank you. Ms. Behrman, Assistant Planning Director.
Yeah, I was working to pull up the map and put the airport noise sensitivity map next to this property. They don't overlay each other, but because one of the airport parcels was within 660 feet, That's what triggered him to get the letter. Unfortunately, it got mailed to the courthouse and put in a mailbox that probably wasn't frequently looked at, because it's happened to me before. So give me just a second. I'll try to pull up the map with the airport proximity.
And I'm just going to answer Mr. Brian Page's question in the chat. He said, if the storage unit will not be connected to sewers, would the unit connect to a septic field? And I just would like to state that there would be no need for a septic field or sewers, because there won't be bathrooms or water hookup for the storage units, because it's not housing, it's just storage.
All right, so what should be coming up is the Elevate website with the petitioner's parcel highlighted, and then the airport noise sensitivity. It's a little bit difficult to see. It's this hashed mark here, and I can back it out a bit. So you can see the highlighted blue is the petition site, and then none of this petition site actually was within that airport noise sensitivity zone. So if development happens, we don't need to do any extra steps to notify homeowners about noise. I believe this is under some state and maybe federal statutes as to why this exists. And there is another airport layer that could be added that has not been added, where maybe there could be more notification put in place that has just not been added yet. There has been discussions with GIS and the airport and planning to add that, but it has not taken an active role yet.
Okay, well, Mr. Brown, if you'd continue with your presentation. We got a little sidetracked, but there were good questions, and thank you for your patience with us.
So the staff recommendation has not really changed. We still recommend both a positive and negative recommendation to the county commissioner, subject to the highway engineer and MS4 coordinators reports. We recommend forwarding a positive recommendation to the county commissioners for the new road configuration and removing part of the buffer yard open space based on the petition's compatibility with the Monroe County Comprehensive Plan with the following conditions. 1, the petitioner is to propose an alternative connection to bedrock that better avoids sinkhole conservancy areas. 2, the petitioner is to revise the proposed impervious cover percentage to discount for the road and residential areas. 3, subject to drainage board comments and compliance with stormwater drainage ordinance. 4, the petitioner is to propose language regarding the timing and extent of the road network build-out coordination with the timing of the proposed future residential development. And 5, the petitioner is to amend the roadway design to require cul-de-sacs instead of stubs at the end of streets. The second part is that staff recommends forwarding a positive recommendation for changing the housing densities for tracts F, G, and I with the following conditions. 1, the petitioner is to designate common areas for all drainage easements when the property is subdivided. 2, the petitioner is to propose the following minimum design standards for each area: A, minimum lot width, and B, minimum buildable area. 3, the petitioner is to designate conservation easements around the sinkholes and non-buildable area to preserve the wooded areas. Staff also recommends forwarding a negative recommendation for adding one use, convenience storage, to tract F to the plan commission based on, I believe that's supposed to be county commissioners, I apologize, based on the petition's incompatibility with the Monroe County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. And I just want to make a statement. I see a hand raised by Gentry Services LLC. And we will first have some questions for staff by members of the Plan Commission. Then the petitioner will have 15 minutes to make his case to everyone. And then there will be comments from the public who are in favor of the petition, and then comments from the public who are opposed to the petition. Each person can speak for 3 minutes, and then the petitioner has a 5-minute rebuttal period. So, Mr. Gentry, we're sorry, but we'll recognize you at the appropriate time. We do see your hand raised. So, coming back to members of the Plan Commission, do you have questions for staff? Mr. Enright Randolph?
Yes, and I know the answer to this, but please indulge me. I've mentioned this quite a number of different times, which then finally puts my position squarely where I'm comfortable with expressing that. I have mentioned, how can we, balance this? And has there been any commitments if that new use was supported, which I'll get to that in a second, that they will commit to building some of these single family homes? So if they build X amount of storage units, are they going to build X amount of single family homes and making that commitment? It's an easy answer.
Yeah, there's not been a written commitment. Frankly, right now, under the circumstances, there cannot be residential expanded into this area.
Right, but they could still kind of roll that into this, bake in the cake if it was approved, contingent on it being approved and such. So there's ways for that. So that makes it really clear for me that I won't be supporting the additional use. And I'm going to expand just real quickly on that, is because you can see incremental change, which isn't that significant, but without dedicating themselves or committing themselves to build these homes, and we just leave those storage units there, over time, they might just request the next phase to be storage units. And would you bring up exhibit 3, the site plan, and kind of for the public highlight the area that they're asking to add the conditional use?
It is this area that my mouse is currently circling.
Right. And so there, with no commitments with building the single family homes, will you highlight the area that they kind of want to rezone to build those single family homes? Which I will be in support of, but were you able to kind of do a little cursory around it? Okay, you're quicker than me looking at both screens, so thank you. Incremental change. Over time, this could change the character. And one of our charge is to look at the comprehensive plan, which talks about the character of the area. And without seeing homes be built alongside these commercial uses, that could drastically change the character over time, where then next thing you know, we could incrementally see these all be built into storage units. And I'm not comfortable with that. And I'm not comfortable without the petitioner making some commitments that we'll see both of these things developed on this site. So I'm in support of all of the staff recommendations and putting my cards out there on the table like I always do when I have made a determination, and that's how I stand.
Thank you, Mr. Enright Randolph. Do other members of the Plan Commission have questions for staff? If not, if the petitioner's representative is here, please come in to the podium, sign in, introduce yourself, and then you'll have 15 minutes to make your case to us. Thanks for coming in today.
Okay, I'll try this. I was just told about 2 hours that I was on my own, so. I believe that Daniel is online for questions if you get to them and need for him to speak. So basically, I think, there was an article in the paper that helped spill out what happened here. The property was bought to develop and to put homes on. I bought it to make money with. It already had a PUD sitting on it, you know, that went along with what we do for a living anyways. That's what we're known for, Authentic Homes. We build a lot of homes. We're currently building for Cook right now, as well as doing customs and other projects. So we came with the intention of that, but then got stopped because we can't get any sewer. They don't know when we're going to get sewer. They can't give me that answer. So we want to develop an idea that was not too intrusive, that could work in this area. And that did not require sewer. That's the other big thing. And this is what we came up with. And we'd be happy to work on what this thing would actually look like, things like that, to help it blend into the area. I know that you talked about a commitment. We would have done been halfway through this project if it would have went as planned by now. Okay, so the one thing I can tell you, you give us the 3.5 acres, the other will throw the density down, and everything is zoned and ready to go for that. I don't think the needs for housing are going to change anytime soon for this area. We still have a great need. So my hope is that in the near future that they would open that up and we put those homes in. I don't know if there is any kind of written thing that can be done to make that be there. You know, I may, who knows, I could be broke by then. I hope not. You know, but it would be done to where that's what it would be prescribed for at that point, for single dwelling homes. So I think that's everything in a nutshell that we have. I mean, we put it out on the table, I think, for everybody to see. I know that at the meeting that the other people that were there, they didn't have any great ideas either on something that we could do that would generate dollars on this piece of property. So this is where we're at. And with all the other unknowns, we'd like to proceed forward in trading off this 3.5 acres for the density level being knocked down in the other sections. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I just going to check with my colleagues to see if they have any questions for you. Mr. Enright Randall.
And I've been wanting to ask this question because I'm not sure if it's ever been asked in a way where I've understood. If you don't get the additional use, are you still wanting to seek the rezone for the other portion?
It doesn't do me a lot of good.
Right.
But that's where I'm at is that right now where we stand is I would like to do the trade-off for the single dwellings for this. Because we'd be having a different conversation if the sewer was available and everything was going like we would like to see it go. So I guess to clear that up, that's what we're laying on the table right now is we would like to trade. You give for 3.5 acres, we would take the other density down, have it rezoned for single family homes.
And I'll just go ahead and say that if there was an ability to build those homes simultaneously of those storage units, I would have a different opinion. I don't know if I would have a clear decision, but I thank you for kind of addressing some of my comments that I made prior to you speaking. And I really hope that we find an ideal situation where it favors both parties and able to add to our housing need here. We need more options to buy, and I applaud you for your efforts as being a home builder. So thank you.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, my question is very similar to Mr. Enright Randolph's, and that is, I just want to verify that it's all or nothing in this, right? So that you are not interested in a partial ruling in your favor, because from what I can see, it seems that if the storage units don't happen, that the rest of this is not helpful for you. And so I just want to verify that it's all or nothing in terms of this petition, even though the recommendation from staff was split.
Right, at this point, yes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, well, thank you. We'll now move to the public, and I'd like to have people who are in the room who are in favor of this petition to please come to the podium and sign in and speak for 3 minutes in favor of the petition. Or if you're online or on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 to be recognized. And I see Mr. Gentry's hand is raised online, so if you could unmute him. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome. Thank you for showing up tonight.
I'm speaking unopposed, not for.
Oh, you're opposed. Okay. Well, since you're unmuted, why don't you go ahead and we'll make note of that.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Terry Gentry, property owner across the street from this. Speaking on the impact of the stormwater flow related to this petition. I'll answer any questions at the end. The petitioner's discharge flow after crossing under Fieldstone Boulevard heads down, flowing down the dam spillway without a channel, then through my property without an easement. Let's talk channels. There's 2 types of drainage channels, regulated/defined or 2 undefined. The petitioner's flow through my property will be an undefined channel. This leads us to the common enemy doctrine. What is the common enemy doctrine? It is any surface water that does not flow in a defined channel. Under this doctrine, an affected landowner may deal with it in a manner that best suits his own convenience. Such sanction dealings include walling it out, diverting it, or accelerating its flow by any means. The common enemy doctrine has been upheld by the Indiana Supreme Court in 1982 and reaffirmed by the Indiana appellate courts in 2008 and 2018. Therefore, as per this public record, an affected landowner, I give my notice to enact the common enemy doctrine. I'll answer any questions you have.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gentry. I turn to my colleagues if you do have any questions. Okay. So we have no questions at this time. So I just would thank you for appearing. Is there any member of the public who would like to speak in favor or in opposition to this petition? Please come to the podium, raise your virtual hand or press *9. Thank you. If you would kindly come and sign in. And would you please state your name?
I'm Dawn Mainan. I'm the Fieldstone HOA president,
Okay.
and I
Well,
spoke here last time.
yes, I remember.
Yes.
Well, you have 3 minutes, so thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me. So there's 3 things that I see that are up on this proposal. One was the routing of the public road, one's the scaling down of the homes, and the third was for this usage. I was one of the ones that attended the meeting when they held it at the convention center on behalf of Fieldstone and Summerfield. There was another resident that joined who was also a board member. And I'd like to read a petition that is currently circulating. And I think it highlights some of the key points that I tried to get at the last time. That 3 minutes goes super quick. So we, the undersigned residents of Fieldstone, are writing to express our collective concerns regarding the proposed development of a self-storage facility in Fieldstone. We urge you to join us in opposing this development in order to preserve the character, safety, and quality of life in our cherished community. Our objections to the self-storage, and once again, I want to clear that up. It is I am not against the rerouting of the public road. They're pulling it away from more residential. I'm good for that. I'm not in opposition of the homes being scaled down, whatever use that is. We are strictly against the self-storage because it's an incompatible land use. So the storage unit is not in harmony with the existing residential, recreational, or commercial uses in our neighborhood. A large industrial-like structure would negatively impact the visual appeal and character of our community. There's increased traffic congestion. As we know, the community building is being built up near the front. That would add to it. And the influx of vehicles from the self-storage facility would add to traffic burden on our local streets, including congestion and the risk of accidents. The noise and light pollution, the self-storage facilities normally operate on a 24/7. So it would result in more noise from vehicle traffic, loading, unloading, increased lighting throughout the night. It would disturb the peace and tranquility of our neighborhood. The environmental impact, the development of this facility could potentially harm the local ecosystem, as well as we are including green space and flora. And we would like to preserve these natural resources for our future generations. And this self-storage facility generates few job opportunities and contributes minimally to the local economy. Instead, we would encourage a development that goes ahead with economic growth and provides benefits to our community. And there's other land uses. And there was something that was said that said I was in support of the larger storage unit. And I just want to clear that up because I feel like I'm on time. If we absolutely had to have a storage unit, that not having residential, but having more commercial where a trailer's parked for 4, 5, 6 months out of the year is way better than having stuff come in every hour on the hour. So that was all I said. And I think it was misconstrued in the minutes that said I was in support of it. And that's not the case. So Mr. Enright, Randolph hit it right that I think there's a new administration coming into City of Bloomington. I think there can be some kind of compromise because initially I'd love to see those homes built. And I think Authentic Homes would be as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And how many signatures do you have on your petition?
Right now we've got a lot of them online and we stopped getting signatures because after attending the convention meeting on May 3rd, I think it was, we paused on getting any more signatures. So we probably could have got all of Fieldstone. If not, there would have been a handful of people we couldn't reach, but we paused because we heard the backstory of them not being able to get sewer because the city's in this landlock, i.e. potentially with annexation. So we paused, but we can continue. So currently right now we have about 200.
Okay, thank you.
Yep,
Thank you
thank you.
very much. Is there anyone else who is in the room or online or on telephone who would like to speak in opposition to this petition? I see a Mr. Brian Page's hand is raised. And so Tech Services, if you could unmute him. You'll have 3 minutes, Mr. Page.
Hi, my name is Brian, as brought up, and I am opposed for the storage units being built in our community. I feel like we're being kind of held hostage for the storage units for homes. There are listed on Google 33 storage units in Bloomington. There are 2 that are less than 2 miles away. Are there any other storage units within Bloomington that are within a planned subdivision? And is there a real demand for an additional storage unit to be built? And as it was brought up earlier, I'm really concerned about the potential slide into the commercial development. If the land isn't annexed, what are they going to do with the remaining land? Is it going to be additional storage units, especially across the street from the planned area? There's supposedly 8 small homes that are planned. Are those going to be additional storage units? Is there going to be something else entirely? And the extended road is going to end up in my backyard. So I'm concerned about that in the future. But right now, I'm mainly concerned about the storage units. I'm all for single family homes if it does stay single family, I would be opposed to apartments that was brought up in the original plan, or possible townhouses depending on what the drawings or the plans would be for those. But mainly I'm against the planned storage units.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Page. Thank you.
Thank
for
you.
coming out tonight. Anybody else here in the room, online? Thank you. If you'd kindly sign in and state your name.
Hi there, I'm Emily Krejci. I live in the neighborhood and I am opposed to the storage units. I think it's inappropriate to plunk storage units in the middle of a residential area. I think it's a safety concern as well. With the growing transient population in our community, I think putting a bunch of storage units basically in the middle of the woods is not a great idea, especially so close to all of these family residences and a elementary school within walking distance. I just don't think it's a good idea. I feel like it's not an invention created out of need, because there are storage units really close by. It doesn't seem like the intention matches what that area needs. Yeah, I think it should just be for residences. I don't think storage units should go there.
Okay, well, thank you for coming and giving us your thoughts. Is there anyone else either here in the room or online? Well, then the petitioner has 5 minutes to respond to what the public has said.
Not much to respond to, is there? I think it's all the cards have been put on the table. You know why we're trying to do this development and why we're trying to move forward in it. I know, you know, with traffic and stuff, that would be a question that would have to be answered by Bond and Faneuil with traffic studies and things like that. That was mentioned. But you know, everything else, I don't think personally that it's terrible, because of the transition that is there from going from the commercial that's right next door to that. I think there's a nice buffer between anybody else, except for the people that we would be putting in the homes there that would be next to it. And I think that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you so much. So yes, Ms. Behrman?
I saw there was a hand raised by someone named Daniel, and that
Okay.
might be Daniel Butler. I'm not
Okay,
sure.
let's hear from Mr. Butler. Okay. There we go.
Good evening,
Okay.
everyone. This is Daniel. Can you hear me?
Yes,
The first thing I wanted to address was Miss Julie Thomas's comment in regards to it being a package. I believe that Mr. Jenner misspoke a bit, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but we are interested in an approval for the road routing and buffer yard reduction, even if this is turned down from a standpoint of the commercial being added with the single family homes. Now, there was discussion on David Jenner and our firm's part in regards to having the package deal be for the single family and the commercial 3.5 acres, if that makes sense. So I wanted to address that portion. in regards to the traffic, this is a low impact traffic commercial application that would not have very many users, generate very much traffic as compared to any other commercial application. And the reduction in single family from multifamily would also be a reduction in traffic as well. I believe that's it, but I'll take questions if you have them.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. I do see 3 bubbles in the chat. Could you just check that out, staff, and see what that might pertain to?
It was more comments from Brian Page.
Okay. Okay, so let's return to members of the Plan Commission for further discussion and any other questions you might have of staff. I have one myself for Mr. Schilling about the common enemy doctrine that was referred to by Mr. Brian Page. I've read about it, but I'm not completely clear on it and how it would impact this particular parcel and these properties around it.
Well, I think that it was described accurately that water that's flowing in a sheet can be stopped by adjoining property owners. I don't know the impact as far as stormwater flow on this project from that. Certainly a landowner has the right to do that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying and certifying that. Any other questions for staff or further discussion among members of the Plan Commission? Yes, Mr. Garitas.
Got a couple questions for the engineer and then maybe one for the petitioner, and they can either one answer it. It doesn't matter to me. The traffic was the first part of it, Daniel. So that was my first question. So you would anticipate a reduction in the traffic movements off this property onto the surrounding properties and roads with the reduction in the housing density to the convenience storage, the impact of the convenience storage versus the residential density reduction. Is that what you said?
That is absolutely correct. This would be not a minor reduction. It would be a major reduction, especially with the reduction in housing would be the primary reduction. But as far as commercial applications, this is one of the lower and traffic generating uses among commercial applications.
Okay. And then to go with Margaret's question to Mr. Schilling on the common enemy, let me put this in my terminology. So where does Mr. Gentry live? Does he live on the opposite side of Fieldstone from the convenience storage? Can maybe Mr. Gentry can answer that yes or no? Or maybe staff knows where Mr. Gentry lives.
So it's
Yes, he's provided the address in chat,
yes.
780 South Fieldstone.
Okay,
Here,
so.
I'll pull the screen up just a moment.
Okay, so Daniel, well, Tammy's doing her thing. Are you draining water? Fieldstone Drive is curb and gutter with storm sewers. Are you draining water from the petitioner's development over to the basin and through existing storm structures, or is there an outlet that goes directly over towards that property in your design?
Our design has 2 stormwater ponds that would be capturing everything from the new road along with our commercial property. Those would be added new infrastructure or piping so that we don't allow for any runoff to go onto a adjacent owner's property. Now it would be piped to the existing outlet that is north of Fieldstone to the property that's north of us. And that's an existing outlet that is there now, so we wouldn't be adding a new outlet, but reducing the amount of runoff because of the ponds that would be adding.
And then again, with your drainage calculations, you're not increasing the rates of runoff compared to what they would be under the original plan.
That's correct. We would be doing a full drainage report. This has gone before Drainage Board already with an approval. But that is, we would be given more detailed calculation, but we would be reducing the runoff, of course, from the public infrastructure along with the commercial property.
Okay. And then, so as far as I'm trying to hit some of the public's questions too at the same time. So with regard to the demand for storage, convenient storage, with the investment and the long-term liability of running this business, this is to Mr. Jenner, so you may need to come up to the podium. I'm sorry.
Would you mind starting from the beginning of that question?
Yeah, I can. So with the risk and the investment that you're going to be making in time and money and liability, have you researched to see that the demand for convenient storage is something that this area can use? Because there's been, throughout the whole petition, there's been discussion that there are a couple of different storage units within a certain distance away.
We have not ran a need study, which is what I believe you're asking on this area for this. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And then, and this unit, the facility will be fully fenced, because the convenient storage is really the one that we're talking about, I think, overall, but the facility will be fenced. So as far as this being a destination for homeless people, transient population, that's probably a deterrent for that. It's going to be a secure area. Is that
Correct. I mean, you have security cameras, you'll have a completely fenced in area. I mean, it has to be protected. So, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Jenner.
Thanks. Thanks, Daniel.
Okay. Any other questions from panelists?
Maybe before we get too far past the drainage, our MS4 coordinator had raised her hand kind of when you were asking about
Oh,
drainage
great.
questions.
Oh, good. I don't see Kelsey Thetonia, if she could address us.
Good evening, Plan Commission. This is Kelsey Petonia, MS4 Coordinator. Regarding the drainage from the site, I want to go back to some of the Drainage Board conditions regarding the flow path through the auxiliary spillway for the Fieldstone Dam. I am currently investigating that, working with some folks to basically, we're assessing the adequacy of the proposed outlet for the discharge for these ponds. If we cannot do what's proposed, then the Drainage Board will require an alternative outlet. So we will not be discharging, or will allow the water to be discharged if it's not an adequate receiving stream. And we will absolutely take the downstream property owners' concerns into consideration during plan review on whether or not it'll be appropriate. So, thank you.
So, Mr. Gentry, if you're still online, I think that what the MS4 coordinator said is that it would be her professional obligation to make sure that your property is not going to be the recipient of a lot of water flow. And so they would work with the builder to design the proper channeling of the water. Just to let you know that should this get approved, the MS4 coordinator would be involved in the design. So with that being said, I come back to members of the Plan Commission for any other further questions and or discussion. Yes, Mr. Enright Randolph.
Just one final thing, and it goes back to a couple of our questions about what the petitioner would desire and how he perceives moving forward. And it sounds like he kind of has this as a package deal. I know that we have this here, and we're just a recommendation type technical advisory type group here for the county commissioners. So if they didn't want to make this all the way to the county commissioners, this is for planning, what process would they have to do to kind of would they just have to withdraw it? Or like, could you expand on that now, knowing that the petitioner kind of wants both of these, not just one or the other?
Mr. Butler actually said something different.
If I was misspeaking, would you please come to the podium and explain? Because I don't want to speak for you. That was just my observation.
Daniel described it better than I did. Because there are some things with the road moving and a couple other items that are on this petition as well. That are not, what we was talking about, the trade-off was on the zoning versus the storage units. Does that make sense on that section, on that part of it?
Yes.
Because there's like three different
Yes,
things that we're looking at doing here.
yes.
Does that
So-
make sense? So it's not a total package that we're
Right.
asking for all or nothing, I guess.
Yes,
It is
each
each
individual.
individual thing. So you got like three different things here that we're looking at. Does that make
Okay,
sense?
yes, Mr. Jenner, that's what thank you very much. I would just like to reassert what I had originally said, that with the change in the administration, there are hopes for more cooperation with the city. And that possibly, you know, that sewer services could be extended as was intentionally provided for in the PUD agreement as put forth by the city. And so with that being said, I'd like to encourage my colleagues on the Plan Commission to entertain this under, I guess, two different motions. One is the housing and the density reduction. And number two is the storage unit change in use. So if we could have a motion. Yes, Tammy.
Yeah, I think we also have a separate motion for a road.
Yes.
Road network.
And a
So
road, so
might
there are
be
three.
Yes.
Okay, great.
So may I ask this question, because it's clear that the petitioner, if the convenience storage doesn't move through, then I understand that because they were looking at the offset density, making the convenience storage more useful. So to me, that means that if the convenience storage doesn't go through, then the reduction in the density for the single family housing is not desirable. Am I correct with that?
Would you please come to the podium? Sorry.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Tron.
Correct. That was
Okay.
the part that was the trade-off that we was asking for. So. does that make
And
sense?
could, no, I don't quite understand the relationship between you and Mr. Butler. But as Mr. Butler had asserted earlier that he's still interested in the items in the.
Yes.
Yes,
What I
so,
understand is the motion with rerouting the roadways and the buffer is desirable by the
Yes.
petitioner, is communicated by Mr. Butler. And then the remaining two would be the decrease in density would go along with the convenience storage. And if you didn't get the reduction, if you didn't get the convenience storage, the reduction in the density would not be useful to you.
Correct.
Okay, does that make
okay,
sense?
sure. And so, Mr. Enright Randolph,
And sorry, but to that point, I think we need to clearly indicate how this would proceed, right? Regardless, this proceeds with all of these motions here. So if he's only wanting one of the three, even if we say no to it and it's adopted at the next level, two of the three, but you only really want the one with the road configuration, how would they go about just requesting that one? Does this become a new petition?
Can I offer a suggestion?
Well, sure. I just clearly want to
Yeah.
make sure we don't move this forward and then they adopt the rezone for the single family and he's wanting to keep the density because his goal was to get that conditional use.
I had the same question. So what I was gonna suggest, kind of in lieu of what you said, Margaret, is have one motion in regard to the buffering and the road realignment. Because it's a positive recommendation by staff and it's desired by the petitioner. And then if we could, and we bundled motions together when there's multiple parts, we could do the convenience storage and the density in another motion. And that way, if it goes down, then it goes to the commissioners and the commissioners decide and the petitioner is still working with what they want. And if it goes up, then everybody's happy.
Okay, yeah, I'd just
that
like to ask, I'd like to ask Commissioner Thomas and Planning Department, how fair is that to the public to make it essentially what came in as a package deal is now being dissected into 1/3 of a package deal?
We have to give fairness to the petitioner as well.
How fair is it? Or how, let me, I don't understand.
It's a Mr. Schilling question, I
Yes,
think.
Mr. Schilling, could you?
I think with the consent of the petitioner, you can reduce a request.
Mhm.
I mean, the public hearing on the entire package was advertised. People are here. They've heard what's been said. So I don't think there's any due process issue there.
Okay, okay, well, I would like to, on that note, advise the public who's appeared and who has signed the petitions that if you go home and you have your meeting and you talk to the 200 people in your homeowners association, and if you look at the fact that the request has been changed from is being changed, however it comes out, that you have an opportunity to appear before the commissioners when they actually make the decision on this package, and that you will have an opportunity to be heard at that time. With that being said, Mr. Garataz, would you like to make a motion?
I will make a motion.
Thank you.
Like it, I don't.
Thank you, Mr. Jenner. Thank you.
Excuse me. Okay, so one question for staff. If we have the conditions of approval that are listed in the staff report presented this evening, and we include reference to the drainage board, will those will the drainage board's comments automatically go into what Daniel put forth earlier this evening?
I mean, I think you could accept it with the findings with the drainage and highway department, engineering reports.
Okay, so I'm going to break this up into two motions. One is for the road configuration in the buffer yard. And then I'll do the other one. I'll lump the storage units and the reduction in density together,
Perfect.
just so everybody understands
That
where I'm
sounds,
trying to go here.
thank you.
So in the matter of case number PUO 22 this is the planned unit outline plan amendment 1 to Wiley Farms at Fieldstone. This is the final hearing, as I understand it. This is on South Kirby Road. Matter of I move that we forward to the Monroe County Executive Board of Commissioners a positive recommendation for the reconfiguration of the roadways and the buffer yard request as outlined in the staff report based on the findings of fact and recommendations and requirements by the drainage board, the planning staff, and highway department.
Second.
All right, so there has been a motion and a second, and that was to forward a positive recommendation to the county commissioners for the reconfiguration of the roadways based on the findings of fact, subject to the highway engineering and drainage board comments. Were the conditions that were recommended by staff also included? I do believe
Yes,
there were
Thank you.
5.
And also friendly amendment, the conditions 1 through 5 as listed in the staff report and including those requirements that Daniel presented from the MS4 operator this evening.
And I can read those into the record if that is helpful.
It's totally up to you.
Sure. So 1 is the petitioner to propose an alternative connection to Bedrock Road that better avoids the sinkhole conservancy areas. 2, petitioner to revise the proposed impervious cover percentage to discount the road for the residential areas. 3, subject to drainage board comments and compliance with the stormwater drainage ordinance. 4, petitioner to propose language regarding the timing and extent of the road network build out in coordination with the timing of the proposed future residential development. And 5, petitioner to amend the roadway design to require cul-de-sacs instead of stubs at the end of streets.
And my second still stands.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. I will call the roll, and a vote in favor is a vote to send a positive recommendation to the county commissioners. Margaret Clements,
Yes.
Tron Enright Randolph,
Yes.
Bernie Garataz,
Yes.
Jeffrey Morris,
Yes.
Cheryl Munson,
Yes.
Edward Ullman,
Yes.
and Julie Thomas.
I'm going to vote no because I still have questions for the airport.
Okay, so that motion passes 6-1.
Okay, thank you very much
We
for,
have another one.
We have the other one.
oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I was
Put on
hopeful.
your
I was
brakes, Margaret.
optimistic.
You're fast, but come on.
Okay, Mr.
Okay.
Carandos.
In the matter of the 2 requests, one being the change in housing densities is illustrated in the staff report for tract F, tract G, and tract I. And also in regard to the change in adding 1 use of convenient storage to tract F, I move that we forward that to the Executive Board of County Commissioners with a positive recommendation based on the findings of fact, requirements by the Highway Department, Drainage Board, MS4 operator, and planning staff. And I would include in those the 4 conditions that are listed in those 2 parts as found in the staff report. And if you want to read those, you can, or
And I believe there was one additional condition. If the use was being proposed, you are proposing that the use be added. There was one additional motion or condition in the staff report. I think we recommended if you were going to move that direction.
Yes, should the plan commission wish to move forward with a positive recommendation for changing 1 use of tract F from high density residential to convenience storage, staff suggests the following conditions. 1, subject to drainage board comments and compliance with stormwater drainage ordinance.
and that's fine because I listed 4, the 3 of the for the first one and the 1 for the second one.
Okay,
So that's good. You clarified that. Thank
Great.
you.
thank you. So we have a motion,
Second.
all right, and a second. I'll go ahead and call the roll. Vote in favor is a vote to send a positive recommendation to the county commissioners with regards to reducing the density as proposed in the outline plan amendment from the petitioners, and also to add the use convenient storage to the 3.7 acres of 3.14. Sorry. I don't have that specific number. It's the very specific number that's outlined. How much land was the use associated with? 3.34 acres. Thank you. So there's been a motion and a second. I'll go ahead and call the roll. Bernie Garataz,
Yes.
Jeffrey Morris,
No.
Cheryl Munson,
No.
Edward Ullman. Julie Thomas.
No.
Margaret Clements.
No,
Tron Enright Randolph.
No.
So that was 2 yes and 5 no. That motion failed.
I would like to make a motion. I would motion that we move with a negative recommendation, the staff recommendation of changing the housing density for track F, G, and I with the following conditions as outlined in the packet. And also a negative recommendation for the additional use to track F, which is 3.34
3.34 acres.
acres. As outlined in the packet as a negative grouped motion. And just a point of clarity, that means that that has to be voted on together. That can't be bifurcated moving this forward, correct? That's kind of what my indication is. Is that correct?
The commissioners can amend anything you send to them.
Does that have to come back here first?
Beg your pardon?
Does that have to come back here first?
For an amendment, it does.
Okay, so
Right.
that gives the chance for the petitioner to potentially withdraw their entire motion if they're not able to get the one request that they're seeking for today. Okay, so I hope that's clear. That is my motion.
So is the motion to both reduce the density and deny the storage units?
No, it's to deny the reduction of the density and deny the additional use because that was my understanding of what the petitioner was trying to do. And I think the realignment is already just a benefit in general. So that's my motion.
So you're forwarding a negative, your motion is to forward a negative recommendation for the reduction in density and the addition of the storage units.
Correct.
Okay.
The reverse of yours.
Yeah.
And one final point on that. I think this is the appropriate way to do as indicated what the petitioner's intent is, and if not, they have a chance to withdraw it. But if this moves to the commissioners and your rezone is still live, they could rezone it for just a single family dwelling and you lose the density. And I understand that's not exactly what your goal is. So this is my effort of trying to move it forward where you have a chance to withdraw if needed, if they're going to separate it at the next level during the commissioner's portion of this.
I'll second it.
There's been a motion and a second. A vote in favor is a vote to send a negative recommendation to the county commissioners with regards to lowering the density of the residential use and also to not allow the convenient storage use on the property. No conditions. So I'll go ahead and call the roll. Jeff Morris,
Yes.
Cheryl Munson,
Yes.
Edward Ullman,
I really don't know. No.
Julie Thomas,
Yes.
Margaret Clements,
I'm just so confused here. What's that?
It's a denial.
And so I say no.
okay, Tron Enright Randolph,
Yes.
and Bernie Garataz.
No.
That's 4 yes and 3 no. Motion fails.
Okay. Any other motions?
Just everything has been very complicated and I agree. So I recommend reaching out to the planner and you got a great representative with Daniel Butler as well, just to make sure that you know exactly what your options are moving forward, because this will be moving forward.
Thank you.
With
Thank you for showing up, Mr. Jenner. Thank you. And for the people who live in the Fieldstone. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So we're moving on now
Yeah.
to item number 2 on, yes, Mr. Schilling?
Is there going to be a recommendation to the commissioners on the other part of this? Or is it going to go with no recommendation?
It's no recommendation.
I think we have to vote on that if it's no recommendation.
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion that we forward this with no recommendation to the Monroe County Board of Commissioners.
Second.
Thank you.
There's been a motion and a second to send no recommendation to the county commissioners with regards to the density with residential and the convenience storage use. I'll go ahead and call the roll again. Edward Ullman,
Yes,
sorry, was that yes?
that was a yes.
Okay. Julie Thomas.
Yes.
Margaret Clements.
Yes.
Tron Enright Randolph.
Yes.
Bernie Garitas.
Is this just for the storage unit and the density it is?
Yeah.
Correct. Jeffrey Morris
Yes.
and Cheryl Munson.
Yes.
So that motion passes 6-1.
Okay, thank you. We're on to item number 2 on the agenda, and that's REZ 22-8. And it's the starts rezone from Ag RR to LB. This is the final hearing concerning 117.29 plus or minus acre parcel in Clear Creek Township, section 11 at 7955 South Fairfax Road. So Ms. Crecelius, if you would be so kind as to review this with us.
Absolutely, thank you. So this petition was last heard as a preliminary hearing in November. So currently, this is the final hearing before the Plan Commission. This is a request to rezone from agricultural rural reserve to limited business. So the property is located in Clear Creek Township. It's 17.29 acres. So in addition to being zoned Ag RR currently, there is an environmental constraints overlay. The property spans eco areas 1, 2, and 3, 1 being the most restricted and closest to Lake Monroe. The petition site used to contain a residential accessory structure, a log cabin style residence, but has been since demolished. The property is currently for sale and advertised by the petitioner, who is a real estate agent and also related to the property owner. The petitioner has stated the desire to rezone the property to commercial is to increase the sale value and a recognized need for specifically boat storage in this area. If the request is approved by the county commissioners, the petitioner intends to sell the petition site, and for commercial use, it will be required to have an approved site plan by Monroe County Departments Planning, Highway, and Stormwater. So on the screen is a zoning map illustrating the eco areas. There are some pre-existing business zones to the south. So the agricultural rural reserve district is primarily intended for agricultural uses, single-family residential uses associated with agricultural uses, and limited, very low density rural, non-farm related single-family uses. The limited business district is defined is for essential business needs and convenience of neighboring residences. Limited business uses are often placed in cohesive groups rather than on individual properties. The purposes are to encourage the development of groups for non-residential uses that share common highway access. This district is to discourage single-family residential uses and protect environmentally sensitive areas such as steep slopes. On the screen is a pictometry view of the property currently. There is an existing accessory structure, a small shed barn that is in a dilapidated state. Here's another view of the pictometry. This view is looking north at the property. A few site photos because the site is long and narrow and is mainly wooded towards for the farther east you go. This is mainly from South Fairfax looking east. So this is the existing residential structure. The front part of the property that is closest to Fairfax is currently just a mowed grassy area. The petitioner did apply for a right-of-way activity permit. Currently, the location that was requested is kind of an existing drive access, which is hard to see on photos. That drive entrance was denied, but the right-of-way activity engineer has stated that there is an alternative location that would be approved for site distance and other requirements under the highway department. If this rezone was approved and a commercial site plan was pursued, that right-of-way activity permit would have to be adjusted and finalized. So on the screen is the site conditions maps. We can see approximately half of the property would be considered buildable with steep slopes over 25%. The farther east you go towards Lake Monroe. So the comprehensive plan designates this area as rural residential. Again, that maintains areas that are agricultural and residential uses. So on the screen is the same petitioner letter that we've had since November. On the right side of the screen is a new letter that's been provided. This is your Exhibit 5 in the report that was published. The petitioner has had multiple interested buyers for the same use of boat storage, which is permitted in the limited business zone. Originally, the petition started with a different interested party. This letter on the right is now for the most recent party that's interested in purchasing the property for a boat storage use. So staff is recommending forwarding a negative recommendation to the county commissioners for the rezone request from agricultural rural reserve to limited business based on the findings of fact, subject to the Monroe County Highway and Drainage Engineer reports.
Does anyone have any questions for staff? Okay, if the petitioner or the petitioner's representative is here, please come to the podium and you'll have 15 minutes to make your case to us. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fowler. If you would welcome back and if you'd kindly sign in. Hello.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Lorraine Fowler with Remax Acclaim Properties. And I'm also 1/4 owner of this parcel. As Ann shared, I put this on the market and we had multiple people interested. That one particular buyer that we had pulled out, but then we have another buyer. So which I can't speak to all the rules and regulations of county planning and what needs to be done and thought of, but I can speak a little bit to the market. And when you put something out on the market and every single buyer is interested in the same thing, I think that kind of speaks to the point that there's a need. So, but I will let you hear from David Utley, who is the buyer that we have on contract at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Utley. Please sign in as well.
Hello, my name is Dave. Like she said, I have a boat business here in town. I've been looking for a spot to provide the services that my customers are asking for several years now. On the west side of the lake, there is not much room to, or not any land to build a building to store boats in. There was Fairfax Marine recently sold. I had my hat in there. My gut told me no. It was dated and didn't like the layout or the price. And my gut told me no, and then I got a call from somebody, Lorraine, that was related to Lorraine, and told me that there was a chance that this property was coming available. I took a ride over there, talked to my wife, and had to have it. With that being said, I'm okay with whatever decision happens here. I just want to do my due diligence for my customers that are asking for updated boat storage. And by updated boat storage, I mean a nice 14 by 40 building to put their nice boats in, and with LED lights and security and electricity and water if they need it. I can put myself on the other side and be a neighbor of, and imagine what it'd be like for watching this beautiful property. It's park-like setting, and then having a potential of buildings come in there. So I can understand with people that don't want it. And I want to be a good neighbor. I don't want to create a problem. I think that with the requirements from the Monroe County Planning Department and all the steps that you got to go through to get landscaping involved, I think that I would end up being a good neighbor for these people.
Thank you, Mr. Utley. That's very considerate how you describe that. Thank you. Do you have anything further, Ms. Fowler, for your 15 minutes? Okay, well, then I'm going to open it up to the public, and those people who are in favor of this petition, would you either please come to the podium or raise your virtual hand or press *9 on the telephone if you'd like to speak? Is there anyone online? Okay, if there's anybody who is opposed to this petition, if you would please raise your virtual hand or press *9 on your telephone. I see that Ms. Siffin has raised her hand. If you if you're calling in by telephone, press *6, or if you're on Zoom, you'll be unmuted. I think you're unmuted. If you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm opposed to this. We need to preserve these eco areas, and it's an ag rural reserve district. That's the way it's zoned, and it also agrees with the comprehensive plan that way. And so that's basically my points that have to do with what currently exists. Also, we have a lot of traffic on South Fairfax already, and this would just completely add to it. So for those reasons, I'm opposed to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Siffin. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to this petition? I see someone by the name of Brooke has raised his or her hand. I think you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Brooke Reedman, and I'm a neighbor, two neighbors away. I own property to the south. My concern is that I understand the reasoning for this being, I'm sorry, it's loud in my house. I wish I could be there in person, but the fact that it seems like the reason for switching is just monetary. It's just to make someone more money, not for the need of the county or in keeping with the comprehensive plan. I would prefer that, we're not just looking specifically at funding here to put in someone's pocket, but, looking at the whole view of things. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Ms. Reedman. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? I think the two hands raised by the attendees are the ones who've spoken. Is there anyone else? Pardon me. Oh, yes, please come to the podium. Yes. Sorry, if you would kindly sign in and state your name.
My name's Farron Burns and I live directly across the street from where this is proposed to go in.
Thank you, Mr. Burns.
The 8-pin's not working. I've lived there since 1985 and right across, you're gonna be right across the street. If you're gonna light the thing up, it is not gonna be desirable for around us. I mean, inside boat storage would be okay. I wouldn't oppose that as much as I would possibility of outside boat storage being added. Because then we've got another lake view, or we've got campground where there's just a whole line of boats parked out front. It's just not a pleasing. I'm the same way. I see this as more of a way to market the property for more money up front than because once it goes limited business, there's a lot of other things that could go in later on if this doesn't go through. So,
Okay.
and that's my point.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burns. Thank you. Yes, sir, if you would kindly come to the podium and sign in and tell us your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Brad Bloom. I own 22 acres just north of this. I think you've received some of my letters previously, what I've done to the property, the money I've invested to try to make it a park-like setting. Really going towards a master plan of allowing some of the trees, native trees to grow back, some of the dogwoods that have grown, the variety of different maples and oak trees. I'm amazed at what's there. When I sit here and listen to the first parcel you all are looking at, I'm amazed at information you know. I'm amazed at information that you ask for. I'm amazed at what you require to go forward. We know nothing about this property, how it's to be developed. It's an idea. Boat storage. That's all it is. It's an idea. I'm also proposed also that have brought this to the Monroe County Historical Society that I told you that also mentioned that Old Salem Road possibly went through there. It has been confirmed. I've got information that that is Old Salem Road, one of the last features of Old Salem Road in Monroe County has been confirmed by GPS and by the DNR, Jill Vance. I've got letters in her emails to show that, that is a very historical site that's there. That has been known to the Fowlers for some time. I mentioned that to them when the property was bought and when the realtor sold it. We know nothing. We don't even know if it's feasible financially to put boat storage in there. What it's going to cost for the property, what it's going to cost for insurance, what it's going to cost for the buildings, what it's going to cost for the security fence, what it's going to cost for the driveway. There is no idea without any type of study that this can actually be a feasible plan. And I can't see someone putting that much money up for a piece of property, not even having a business plan to present to the council to say, hey, I can make this work. They're just saying, I've got an idea, let's get it rezoned and shoot from the hip. I don't agree with that. You had a master plan. If you look at it, we're going to get a lot of light damage out there. It's a beautiful setting. I don't have any out, I haven't got outside lights to go on, we've got some, but it's a park setting now. It's a very nice setting. If you look back to there, I'm concerned with the water flow because there's going to be water, even though the original water plan said there's no karst features, there are karst features. And one of the problems with the way the water is going to drain, it is going to drain into a sinkhole, which is going to open up more than it already is, or it's going to drain directly into a creek that goes directly to Monroe. And at the top of this creek already is a dump site. And will this additional water increase there's a buried dump site there now. A lot of this isn't known. I've known this property because I knew Scotty when he owned the property. I've mushroom hunted, I've deer hunted, I've squirrel hunted it. There's a lot of stuff on this that could do very good damage, very big bad damage to Monroe. and what is underneath that property, and how it lays. It's a beautiful piece of property, so, you've got to look at it. But just shoot from the hip and say, yeah, we're gonna put boat storage there without any information at all. I can't see how, you all can make a recommendation for that.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Bloom. Thank you for your research and sharing it with us. Is there any? Yes, Mr. Garitas would like to ask you a question, Mr. Bloom.
Is Old Salem Road, are you saying that's the driveway that's on, because I've been. out-
Salem Road, actually, well, it's interesting how we did it, because I was told.
Can you just give me a general idea where it's
Well,
at
I've got-
relative to the property?
It's actually shown it.
Oh, I'd like to see.
Jim Vance actually
Oh, that's kind.
on that because
Anything you're saying is not being recorded because you're not at the microphone. So can you repeat what you're saying back there? Thank you. so much.
Thank you for bringing this. This is nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Give that to him.
But some of the old timers down there told me for a long time that was Old Salem Road, and just it's obvious.
So Fairfax Road is Old Salem Road.
Pardon me?
You're saying Fairfax Road is Old
Well,
Salem
there,
Road?
if you look at it, Fairfax Road was Salem Road. A lot of it was Salem Road, which is the original road that went from set 2 miles south of the courthouse to the White River. This jaunted over, which is really bizarre. If you look how it went jaunted over, and those guys said this is a part of the Old Salem Road. Also down there, which is a lot of people didn't realize, part of what was down there that was lost was also the old Deckard's Tomb, which has a Revolutionary soldier buried in it. There's a lot of history down through there, which Salem Road came through.
Wow.
It came across our property, which has already been covered up by farmland, but it comes across there, and it's one of the last remaining sites. And there's only one other place that you can find it in Monroe County, and that's going down into the lake in Fairfax Beach. Other than that, there is no more. It does not exist. It does not exist.
That's very nice of you to bring this. Thank you.
You know,
That's very nice of you to bring this and
just, yeah, that came from Jill Vance with the DNR.
thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because I called the highway department. I called and no one had any idea. They said it could be, but we don't know. And Jill Vance said, well, give me the coordinates. We have a new thing now that we can overlay the old plot map from 1920, I think that was 21. And it's amazing what they can find now with the DNR. You get them you give them the coordinates and they'll tell you exactly where you are on those maps and exactly where you're at. So it's pretty neat features that they have.
I believe Cheryl Munson has a question for you, Mr. Bloom.
Yes, please. Could you tell us, does Old Salem Road connect Smithville
I have a real hard time hearing them.
does Old Salem Road connect Smithville with Bedford or
No.
what?
It's just a part of the road that you could tell if you go down the Fairfax why it laid out that way, because it laid with the land. It was the least bit of resistance going up a hill, and they followed the side of the hill for the drainage. But then when modernization came in, they straightened that out on Fairfax and turned it back around down through there.
Thank you.
Mr. Enright Randolph.
Oh, just what quad map did you find some of that reference on? And I just wanted to plug that, I just try to find it on the county website, but look back for this web app in the near future where we publish all the Monroe County historical topographical quadrant maps on a viewer. So those will be more readily available for everyone. If you can't find it, send an email to the Monroe County Surveyor's Office, but I just had all the quad maps open, so I was just curious. Do you know which particular one identified that stretch of road?
Well, Jill Vance, she had the plot, and what she did is that she had the 19, I think on that letter there, the 1921 map.
Yeah.
I think they
1920
just used
plat
the
map.
Oh, plat map.
I think it
Okay,
was just
not-
a flat map.
Not
yeah.
quad map. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, and then she overlaid everything on top of that.
So it was an overlay from the plat map on the aerial.
Thank you.
Mhm.
That might have been my misunderstanding.
Thank you very much. Okay. Are there any other members of the public who would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this petition? I don't see anybody. I return to members of the commission for further discussion and or a motion. Yes, Mr. Enright Randolph?
And it's unfortunate, and we went out of order at our admin meeting and opened it up, so it's not necessarily part of the official record, but we were able to hear from the petitioner representative and then the potential buyer that spoke today. And I really liked kind of the vision maybe he had articulated at that meeting, which I think the complexity of it probably is more of a withdrawal of this type of position or petition and then kind of start over again, which again, I'm not too sure exactly how you'd find yourself at the very end of the day. But I'd be more favorable to that. But with that said, I won't be supporting this today. And I do like the idea that was shared prior. So, it'd be interesting to see that.
And you just reminded me that I failed to give the petitioner and the petitioner's representative a 5-minute rebuttal. So I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to go out of order. If you would like to come to the podium, if you have 5 minutes that you'd like to reiterate what you'd like to do and respond to any of the negative statements that were said, you have 5 minutes to do so. Thank you. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess just to some of the negative comments, I just genuinely ask people, if you get offers and your offers are all coming from this different people for the same purpose, I mean, what would you do? What would you do? So please consider that. Also, when my parents bought the property, there was a dilapidated cabin that was there that my husband and his crew took down and made that land very beautiful for many, many years, going on 20. So I can appreciate that people don't want their beautiful land developed. I really can. But a part of me says, thank you to us for letting you have that land look so beautiful for the last 20 years. I know Dave, and Dave does things very, very well. And then also, but to the question of a lot of traffic coming and going, I mean, I don't know. If you watch residential homes, people coming and going to sporting events and running to piano lessons and so on and so forth, how many times they come in and out of their driveway. Actually, think about if you had a storage area or a boat storage, how many times did you go in that driveway? Maybe just put a little perspective on that. The one thing I can't speak to and honestly do feel some understanding about is the lighting. Because I do think the lighting is a consideration for neighbors. So just some things to think about. And again, I'm with Dave. We're okay either way. It just seems like the public has spoken and said what the need is. And change is hard. Change is hard for anyone. We have a shotgun lot right beside our primary residence that was sold. I knew nothing about that. And it's a $700,000 or higher property that we own. And I was kind of surprised when it sold. I didn't think it would sell. I had no clue what was going on there, but people have the right to buy their land and they have a right to do something with it, especially if there's a proven need. So.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Utley.
I agree with Lorraine about the lighting, and I haven't even thought about the lighting, and it was a good argument, and I hope something can be worked out if we can get through this where it doesn't disturb the neighbors and the lighting. The thing about money, yes, I'm in business to make money. It is not what gives me joy. The pleasing customers and getting people on the water to promote that activity is why I do what I do. And they're calling for boat storage that they can feel safe with their boat. And we're talking concrete floors with drains, very good security. I'm not worried about the drainage because I am sure you guys are gonna make me put drains and locks and all kinds of things that I'm not even aware of. But as far as a business plan, I can give you a whole lot of scenarios where I can make it make sense. But I'm trying not to get too involved in this property and get crushed if it doesn't go through.
Thank you, Mr. Utley, and I'd like to thank everyone for being so respectful. I really would appreciate that. Okay, so back to the members of the commission. Yes, Mr. Garatas?
The same points I made the last time, with this property, I think with the CDO, the development ordinance coming down. I mean, this property is 3 miles from the lake. I drove this when we saw this the first time, and what Mr. Utley said is correct. There's literally no properties that I saw that would support this use, and the way I see it, it's putting a need next to the source of the need. And I think that's something that we need to think about as a planning commission as we continue to move through the CDO. There's pre-existing business adjacent to it. To the southeast is the campground. Fairfax Road is a very good road. That's probably why Salem Road was relocated at some point in time. There are all kinds of little dirt paths out there that were roads at one time, but we remodel our houses and we remodel our roads. It's just kind of that simple to me, just the way we advance. With the demand is there, and the demand is near the lake. Putting something like this near the lake keeps that traffic out off the periphery county roads more than what it does in concentrating it in an area on a roadway that was built for lake traffic. So those are my points, some of it for this evening, but moving forward with the CDO, I think that we need to understand that and consider it.
Thank you, Mr. Garatas. Any other members from the commission? Yes, Mr. Morris?
I have two concerns. One is impact to the neighbors if this were to be approved. And the second is the fact that the other businesses that I looked at in the area are all zoned pre-existing business. So the intensity couldn't increase without this group having a conversation. So if we rezone this to limited business, this would be the most unrestricted piece of property that I could find in the area.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Yes, Mr. Enright Randolph?
Commissioner Thomas had her first, or her hand raised first. I could.
didn't
Go ahead.
defer.
Go ahead.
Mine's kind of to planning, and it just kind of, I know we have a limited resources, but how much time is really put into seeing what the market demand is? Are you able to speak to that at all? About maybe just folks calling in the planning department and asking about this type of use or something,
So standards of approval, we would mainly be looking at our comprehensive plan to guide what an area's use would be.
So I guess that goes back to kind of trying to get some type of tangible data where we can start seeing like where a trend is, where people call in for what, looking for certain type of uses that then, generate this rezone, a petition that we're looking at today. And then not wanting to throw you under the bus, but I'm looking at you, and we do have a representative from the city that is kind of in that space. And I was wondering if you wanted to add any comments to this discussion.
Thank you, Tron. So the market, we've seen several different petitions for storage and boat storage. It's very desirable. The demand is very high right now. For one, the cost to build is pretty low. And also through COVID, a lot of people bought boats and RVs, and they don't have the ability to store them. So that demand up is very high. I get calls I only do commercial real estate, and I get calls for that type of product often.
Okay, and I
Thank
just
you.
want to mention that was out of order. You should have asked me to recognize that was out of order, just to let you know. So Commissioner Thomas?
Yeah, I have real concerns about asking our planning department to become marketing experts and business consultants. That's not their job. And but I think it comes from the public, which is appropriate, which it did in this case. So that's absolutely appropriate. I do have the same concerns that Mr. Morris highlighted. I also agree with what Mr. Garatos said. But my biggest concern is that this is there are two things that worry me the most. And the first is that this is a petition to rezone the property to LB, which could be so many things. It could then be resold, and it could be any other number of things. The second concern is that when the second buyer, who's here today, and thank you again, all of you for coming, the second buyer has some interesting ideas, but that's not what's in this petition. And so, you know, the task of the planning staff, and especially this board, is more so this board than the planning staff, is not to kind of work through petitions with petitioners to that degree that it could become a split residential commercial, which is intriguing. I'm not going to say it's not intriguing, but you know, that's not something that we should be doing here. It's something that needs to happen before it comes to us. So I'm not blaming anybody. I became uncomfortable because to me, it says we're not really sure what we want to do here. And we are asking for it to be moved to limited business, which has a wide range of possible applications. So I do appreciate everyone. I appreciate the folks who called in. And I certainly appreciate the interest in doing something with this property, but this is a rural residential area. So thank you.
Thank you. With that being said, yes, Mr. Ullman. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
We both raised our hand at some point. This was a tough one when it first came up for me because I frequent that area often for Fairfax SRA, and that peninsula that sticks out in the lake creates some very unique habitat from the natural side of things, which was mentioned by some of the opposition, but also frequenting Fairfax Road. It's not a straight road. It's not 446 accessing Paintown, and having boat storage that much closer to launch site takes, in my opinion, adds to the safety aspect of transportation in the area, because you're no longer transporting these boats that just seem to get larger and larger on our infrastructure for such a long distance. And that kind of complex there with the restaurant and the campground and then the actual recreation area, it seems like, to me, a great fit. And I kind of supporting what BG said, and you know, I do agree that it could have an impact on the natural setting of the area, and the lighting and things could have an impact. But I think that as anything we build close to the lake is going to have an impact. So
Thank you, Mr. Ullman. Counselor Munson.
I have both a question and a follow-up comment. If this petition is denied, could the petitioner come back with a different proposal with more specificity to address a number of the concerns that have been raised in our various discussions and reviews? What sort of constraints are there on returning for a revised petition?
They could file another petition. It would have to be a different request. Regards to specificity, they could clarify, you know, the mention of residential use at our last plan commission meeting, but ultimately it would still be a rezone request.
Yes.
So they can specify, they can go into great detail on that site plan, but technically any site plan is still going to be conceptual at the rezone stage.
Right. So, but a rezone to limited business with specific conditions is a possibility, correct?
They could, yes.
And that would that would give greater comfort, I think, to neighbors and to people who use Fairfax Road, et cetera. So thank you for
Thank you.
answering my question.
Thank you, Counselor Munson. Mr. Enright Randolph.
And one reason I won't be supporting it is because of the long list, but we've had a lot of discussions and I don't want to really restrain the petitioner. So, I want to just echo some of the comments that as we look at the CDO, we should really kind of consider what allowable uses are in these areas if we're going to develop them as commercial spaces. Right now, the list is just a bit too long for me to support it because we don't really have any backstop. Kind of to Mr. Jeff Morrison's point too.
Well, is there a motion?
I can make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Morris.
For case REZ 22-8, the Starts Living Trust. I move that we forward a negative recommendation for the rezone request from agricultural rural reserve to limited business based on the findings of facts subject to the Monroe County and Highway and Drainage Engineer reports.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
There's been a motion and a second. The motion is to forward a negative recommendation to the county commissioners. Vote in favor is a vote to provide that negative recommendation. I'll call the roll. Julie Thomas,
Yes.
Margaret Clements.
Yes.
Tron Enright Randolph,
Yes.
Bernie Garitas,
No.
Jeffrey Morris,
Yes.
Cheryl Munson,
Yes.
Edward Ullman.
No.
Motion passes 5-2 for a negative recommendation.
So Mr. Utley and Ms. Fowler, we want to thank you for being important and kind and considerate business owners in our community. And there were several suggestions made about how to get this done. And so we hope you work with our planning staff, and we thank you for coming in and for being so considerate. Thank you. And thank you to the public too. We're moving on now to the third item on our agenda, which is REZ 23-1 Lake Lemon Marina rezone from LB to LB. And this is the final hearing concerning 3.14 acre parcel in Benton Township North, Benton North Township, section 35 at 9554 East North Shore Drive. And Mr. Myers, thank you for guiding us through this.
Thank you. One moment while I get everything pulled up here for myself. All right. So this is the Lake Lemon Marina rezone. It is a rezone request from limited business to limited business. Yes, that is correct. With the request to remove the prior rezone condition of approval for a shared driveway. We've heard this before, so this is the final hearing. We heard this at the last Planning Commission regular session in April. That was the preliminary hearing. So this is a 3.41 acre parcel. Again, here on the screen is the original ordinance from 2007 that provided the rezone and the condition of approval for said rezone. Item number 1 on that condition of for that ordinance rezone states that access to proposed lots be provided by an ingress egress easement at the existing petition site entrance or via an easement from another existing driveway cut. No new driveway cuts shall be allowed onto East North Shore Drive. If approved by the county commissioners, the petitioner intends to apply for a major subdivision preliminary plat amendment with a sidewalk waiver to remove requirement of constructing a sidewalk along some of the lots on the subdivision. The petitioner also intends to submit a commercial site plan amendment and possible design standards variances to adjust the commercial site aspects like paving, parking, landscaping, etc. The site is currently not paved and the plans call for a paved parking area. The petitioner would like to keep the parking area gravel, which will require a variance. It is under the understanding of staff that both the rezone this evening, as well as the preliminary plat that was approved back in 2008, both have the condition of approval that require the driveway, shared driveway design. So both of them will have to have the condition of approval removed through the proper planning channels, such as a rezone, as you see tonight, and as well as a preliminary plat amendment, if it is approved by the county commissioners, that is this rezone petition. If it's denied by the county commissioners, the petitioner may continue to operate the property as a Lake Lemon Marina under the limited business zone. The petitioner must remove a driveway entrance and instead use the shared driveway design. Petitioner may still apply for the major subdivision preliminary plat amendment and subsequent processes for the commercial site plan amendment and variances. Okay, so now I'm going to cover some updates that we've had since April 18th, 2023, which was the preliminary hearing of the Planning Commission. Petitioner provided an updated response to the discussion points from that Planning Commission meeting. This is included in Exhibit 1 of the staff packet. Planning staff also reviewed the PC meeting minutes from September 25, 2007 and March 18th, 2008. That's Exhibit 4. In that exhibit, planning staff included some highlighting of relevant discussion items during those two Plan Commission meetings, the 2007 meeting covering the initial rezone and the 2008 meeting covering the preliminary plat that created the two lots in question that must share a driveway with the marina lot. Additionally, an exhibit was included for the motor vehicle traffic crash summary data from January 2020 to December 2022, excuse me. That's Exhibit 11. PC members and the Highway Department staff were encouraged to visit the petition site during the last Plan Commission meeting. The petitioner stated that their seasonal opening, which was held on May 13th, was a good time to visit. So I'm not sure if any of the Plan Commission members or the Highway Department members visited on that date, but we do have some information provided by the Highway Department about their recent visit as well. Some interesting items to talk about also is that an appeals meeting was held with the Board of Commissioners regarding the denial of the driveway permit for the property at 9554 East North Shore Drive. That hearing was held on May 11th. And also planning staff revised the findings of fact for the rezone petition. And I have a copy of those here that I'll hand out in a moment in case you want to reference them. Okay, so regarding the appeal process that the Werner Group LLC initiated, this was in response to the Highway Department's determination to deny a driveway permit. The appeal came on May 1st, 2023. The driveway for those two lots was to be connected to the marina driveway as approved during the original petition and subsequent petitions regarding the North Shore subdivision. This hearing was held on May 11th. Werner Group LLC did not attend the hearing, and Commissioner Githens reviewed the materials under the appeal application and also made a site visit. It was determined by Commissioner Githens to affirm the decision by the Highway Department to deny that driveway permit. And I have that item here on the right side of the screen of that decision. On the screen now, and this is all included in your packet, is the new basically letter to the Plan Commission from the petitioner, basically stating new items and offering newer discussion points based on the conversations that have been had since the last Plan Commission meeting, as well as the admin meetings. Again, this is included in your packet, so I won't spend too much time on these, but we can come back to any of them if we have questions. Okay, so now we have amended or revised findings of fact. I'm going to hand these out to each of you. These are not included in the staff report as they reflect some of the information that was acquired from the results of the appeals process. And I'll draw your attention to the back page that just has a long list of findings of fact. Basically, they are all details of a timeline and other facts associated with dates and approvals and things like that. So one moment. A lot of the information in the findings you are already aware of, as I have articulated those points in the presentation, the timeline. So here I have the background. Again, a lot of this information is included in findings. In May 2005, a rezone was approved for a 1.37 acres of a 7.53 acre parcel, and that was to estate residential. The original 7.53 acres remained the Lake Lemon Marina property, which was zoned limited business. A minor subdivision was approved after that rezone, and it was approved by the plat committee to create 2 lots, 1.37 acres zoned ER and 6.16 acres that remained zoned limited business. So something that you'll note in the background and history of this site is that in the past, the planning department would rezone portions of a property and then afterward subdivide them. So that's why you see a rezone and then a subdivision, and then again, in December of 2007, a rezone, and then in 2008, a subdivision. So it is the 2008 subdivision that created 2 1-acre lots and left the remaining 3.41 acre lot for the marina business. The rezone of 2007 was the one that created this condition of approval where all 3 of those lots, the 2 1-acre lots and the marina lot, all share one driveway cut off of North Shore Drive. I'll note in 2016, 2 driveway permits were issued erroneously by the Highway Department for the properties listed as Lot 3 and Lot 4 of the North Shore Amendment 1 final plat. In January 2019, a second preliminary plat amendment, should read preliminary plat amendment, was approved for the 2 1-acre lots listed as Lot 3 and Lot 4. Their names are now Lot 3A and Lot 4A. And the purpose of that amendment was to adjust previously dedicated right-of-way. The North Shore Amendment 2 final plat was recorded on March 20th, 2019. And on this plat, it clearly identifies that the shared driveway requirement that was initially required as part of the 2007 rezone, stating private drive to be relocated to the marina entrance. Planning staff was able to locate, along with the Highway Department, a number of email threads with the then owner of the property, which was known as Shell Group LLC, that basically reiterated time and time again that the requirement for the shared driveway is needed to provide access to those 2 additional lots, and that if any changes to that design were to happen, it would have to go back to this rezone process that we are going through this evening. That same information was articulated to the new property owners, the Werner Group LLC, through a pre-design process, and which laid out all the details of the rezone that you have tonight and the potential other planning processes like a preliminary plat amendment, commercial site plan amendment, those sorts of things. Okay, so I'm going to go through a few of these items here rather quickly. We have the site conditions map as well as the Lake Lemon Marina map that shows the floodplain. We have some department comments. We have the department representatives on the line to answer any questions. Here we have the North Shore final plat. This was the first subdivision that came about that created 2 lots to the east and left a large tract for the marina property. Then this is the 2008 First Amendment that created lots 3 and 4 to the north/northwest. It is on this plat that it's not clearly identified as it should be, but the rezone did require, as well as this preliminary plat, require a shared driveway cut for both the marina and the additional lots 3 and 4. And then here we have the North Shore Amendment 2. And then I zoomed in on this one, and you can see clearly here the private drive to be relocated to marina entrance per the Monroe County Public Works Department, which is also known as the Highway Department. And that is all come about from, again, the original rezone ordinance and the preliminary plat. Here we have some pictures of the driveway entrance. This is taken from the marina's entrance. Behind this photograph is where the gate is. And I'm just going to scroll through these pictures here. These are all the same pictures we saw during the preliminary hearing, as well as in the admin meeting. Here we have the initial letter from the petitioner, as well as an as-built survey of the petition site. Here I included ordinance 2007-48. And I also included the driveway permits that were issued in error in 2016. And then as well as the recent Highway Department inspection reports that provide the denial for the driveway for lots 3A and 4A. We do have some letters of support. I mentioned these at the preliminary hearing. They came from property owners surrounding the petition site, as well as you'll note that Wiseman is a property owner of lot 3A and Gravelly is a property owner of lot 4A. Those two lots are the lots that are affected by this shared driveway design. Hamer, the owner of lot 1A, is actually an ownership of the area of land in front of the marina and these two parcels that has an easement that allows for everyone to access it through. So these letters are included in your packet. Okay, that brings me to staff's recommendation. Staff recommends forwarding a negative recommendation to the Monroe County Board of Commissioners based on the prior rezone petition's conditions of approval, the recommendation made by the Monroe County Highway Department, and the Board of Commissioners' recent decision to uphold the denial of the driveway permit after an appeal was made. I will now take any questions.
Do members of the Plan Commission have questions for staff? Mr. Veritas?
Briefly,
Yeah.
the revised findings, they were based largely because of the commissioner's finding on the request, or what are the major differences between the original findings of fact and these?
Yes, so the revised findings of fact, the last section in there, they provide a better synopsis of the background of the timeline, as well as the information that was received by the appeals process. So that's the main difference.
Yes, Commissioner Thomas?
I would like to hear from the Highway Department, Mr. Ayers, on this.
Sure. One thing I want to make clear is though the 2016 permits were not issued in error. If Drew, if you could bring those back up, there is one error on one of them. They were both issued same day, same property owner, but the one, and I'll read the permit number. It's 2016-272. That second sentence says that lot has access through a private road system, which means shared driveway in our world. It was not put on the other permit. So that is the error that everybody keeps bringing up. And we went through this with legal and reviewing all this stuff. And so I'm open to any questions you might have.
Do you have any other insights you'd like to share with us, Mr. Ayers?
Sure. So, originally this went through so many rezones and petitions. So every time a new petition comes, it requires a new driveway review. And so we caught that they put this drive in after the permit was issued. We met with the Shells and they told us they would take care of that. In 2018-19, they'd done a final plat amendment for the two residential lots. That's when we called it again and made sure it was on the plat. I'd spoke with the Johnsons then during that, and that's how it got put on the plat this time. And they had told us that The property was pending sale and I had advised them to pass that along to the new buyers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ayers.
Mhm.
With that being said, I'd like to hear from the petitioner's representative. You'll have 15 minutes if you'd kindly come up and sign in. Mr. Werner, welcome back.
Good evening, commissioners.
Good evening.
Again, I'm Stephen M. Warner. My father and I own the marina. I'm an attorney and I apologize. We couldn't make that was the swiftest justice I've ever seen in this county or any other county that I put in an appeal on May 1st. And I actually asked that it be delayed pending this hearing, and that request was not even responded to. So they held a hearing at an inconvenient time within 10 days of me making the request. They didn't address any of the very serious errors in the original rezone that I actually pointed out and put in the record here in my May 1st letter. First of all, the Monroe County, sorry, I'm from Marion. The Monroe County code has been misinterpreted. It was misinterpreted in 2007. It's been misinterpreted at every stage here. And I think that with all due respect to Mr. Ayers, it doesn't make much sense what he said, that we made no error and then we had to correct it in 2019. It doesn't make sense. And I think what's happening here is institutional inertia. So first of all, this use conflict I want to address. The parcel we're talking about belongs to the Hamers who've written in support of this, okay, not to us. Okay, for some reason, we're the party that has to come here and fight this. This affects them. And the only reason why they have this portion of land, which we maintain, which is primarily used by us, not them, brings up my first conflict with the Monroe County Code. First of all, it all hangs on this residential lot. If you look at the part of the code that I highlight on page 4 of my exhibit, nowhere in the code is this actually defined, residential lot. And my contention is that it is not a residential lot and it should not be considered that it is at best mixed use. And if you look at the city of Bloomington code, similarly to this, they make a distinction between residential lot and mixed use. And this is not relevant to the zoning. And it is not pointed out in the Monroe County Code at that point. It's not defined what residential lot is. And my contention is this is not a purely residential lot, number one. So we're applying residential standards to a mixed use plot at best. My contention is it's primarily still a commercial lot. And I submitted a video, 11-minute video from May 12th all the way to basically today to kind of drive home the couple of entries the Graveleys and the Wisemans may have made to their driveway compared to the dozens and dozens of commercial entries on through this plot. So number one, that is a misconstruction of the Monroe County Code, that this is the lot we're actually talking about is residential. And number two, this lot, the only reason why the Hamers had to own this portion of ground is because of the zoning, which was estate residential, which the Plan Commission is about to change. It's gone through public hearing. They're about to change it to suburban residential. The only reason why that portion of the lot was deeded to them was because of the 1 acre requirement of estate residential zoning. As soon as this changes, we're going to work with the Hamers to buy that plot back because we are the actual users, maintainers, everything. So it's a farce to consider the plot that's actually being affected here residential. It is primarily commercial. It always has been. It has been for the past 70 years. Use hasn't changed, number one. Number two, you can't pick and choose which part of the Monroe County Code you enforce. First of all, there's a provision way before all of these provisions that the Highway Department are trying to enforce, saying that you cannot have any driveway serving more than 2 single-family residences anywhere in the county. If the Highway Department can show another example where that's ever been allowed, this is well before all of the other requirements that they're trying to enforce here. We already have 2 plots of land, two parcels sharing a driveway, okay? This requirement would put 3 residential parcels on 1 driveway and a commercial use on the same driveway. If I challenge the attorney here, the Highway Department to find one example in this entire county where there are 3 single-family homes on 1 driveway cut and plus a commercial driveway. This is earlier in the codes, chapter 755-7AD. Nowhere in the county is this allowed. First of all, it should have never been a requirement. Okay, so I submitted this to the appeals process and asked them to delay it pending this hearing. They did not. They went ahead with a hearing within 10 days without really even responding to my request. Because what I'm trying to bring forth here is that mistakes were made. Errors were most certainly made. Errors of construction of law. And so there also another error here. This 150-foot driveway this is a subdivision. So first of all, when you think of a subdivision, tell me for those of you that visited the site, does this look like a typical residential subdivision to you? I think in the process long ago, somebody made a mistake, okay? That this is being considered a residential subdivision. It's not a subdivision. But if now that the county has classified it that, it cannot enforce a non-subdivision driveway separation. So that's my point 2 in my letter. The 150-foot driveway separation that they put in the denial of the permit is for non-subdivision residences. If that were actually applied to every residential and so I point out in my packet and I show the very next subdivision that's actually residential subdivision, Gray Avenue, that's right next to our plots. There isn't a single set of driveways that are 150 because it's a subdivision. Either we're a subdivision or we're not. So the 150-foot separation doesn't even apply. It says it right in the code, non-residential, non-subdivision. So why are we applying 2 different standards here? Either we're a commercial property or we're a residential property or what? I think everybody's confused in this, but if you look directly in the code, it says non-subdivision. This is a subdivision. Sightline requirements. So we talked about safety, and that's what the commission asked me to speak about, and that's what I'm going to focus here at the end. The sightline requirement, 335-foot sightline requirement. Mr. Gravely here, and he'll speak today. He already cleared across the road some tree line, and we gained easily 15, 20 feet. So we're within 10, 15 feet of this sightline requirement already. And we went out there, there's some more trees. The Highway Department, I think one of our commissioners came out and saw that the simple removal of a few more overhangs of trees, and we're working on that. It might be in the county right of way, would actually get us to the sightline requirement very easily. So safety, Mr. Myers put in the record a very summary version of the crash history. Well, I found the detailed crash history for the past 7 years, and it's included in my packet. And what it shows is there have been 0 accidents in this curve that we're all so concerned about. 0 accidents in 7 years, as far back as the data goes. The same data set that he showed. North Shore Drive does have plenty of wrecks, and guess where they happen? At the supposedly conforming Gray Avenue subdivision and the Spillway Road, which is farther down, which is basically a blind merger of 2 streets like this. Not a single crash, but there's plenty of traffic. And that's why I asked Mr. Myers if he could, the video show, because the AADT numbers that the highway department is quoting are completely erroneous, completely not reality. Number one, we have a 200 plus unit trailer park across from us. Okay. Those people use golf carts to cross the road. Okay. Those people come by foot. Okay. None of that is recorded. The AADT devices are a half mile away from our little stretch of road. Okay. And so if you actually look at the traffic, it's impossible that only 350 just based on golf carts crossing the street over into our property. Okay. Just based on foot traffic coming across this property. And you're talking about putting another point of entry. And so I can show you that already in that video I have already the Hamers property, there are people constantly accidentally going into their driveway now. And then backing up out into the street and then backing in, going into and so you're going to put another one of those going the other way. I mean, it's bad for safety. And I want to address something that the county attorney said. I didn't get to rebut his reading of the law, and I totally disagree about this estoppel. It is not settled that you can't get an estoppel against the government, especially when public harm will be done by not recognizing such an estoppel. And in this case, public harm would be done, that it is less safe, this configuration of roadway. We can address the sight line requirements. The 150-foot driveway separation does not apply to subdivisions. It isn't a residential plot. It hasn't been for 70 years. And that if the county attorney can show me where it's defined residential plot means the zoning code and not the actual use of the property, we have an easement. That means we have a legal right to have a commercial use across that plot. Makes it at best a mixed use. So everything in that denial is completely erroneous. Number one, that you cannot have 2 single-family residents sharing one driveway cut. It's not allowed, hasn't been allowed in this county for God knows how long. And that's much earlier in the Monroe County Code than these other requirements they're trying to enforce. So, I mean, for those simple reasons, I'm not even sure why we're here. And I don't even think I'll need to, I don't even think I'll need to argue estoppel. It's just the misconstruction of the code. You can't both call us, you can't on one hand call it a subdivision and then put non-sub, you can't give easements for commercial use that have been there for 70 years and then say it's just a residential plot. It's not. And it affects the Graveleys the most, actually. And so the estoppel would be for them. What we're forgetting is that they relied on that 2000, the Johnsons who sold them the land. They relied on the representation of the Johnsons. And any normal purchaser for value would have looked at those driveway permits and bought them thinking that driveway was permitted. You can't say both these driveways are permitted. How how could they say in 2016, this driveway cut's permitted, but it's not permitted because of this? It makes absolutely no sense. The estoppel is with the Graveleys, and I'll take that case. And estoppel is allowed against the government in those cases where the other elements of estoppel are these people detrimentally relied on a statement of the government and for now 8 years almost. And now we're going to come back and we're going to harm them. And so if Drew can show the video, and I don't have to say anything about the video, there's some text in it. They come out front ways out of that driveway too. They're not backing out. It's a circle driveway that puts them out front. The sight line, I mean, we're already within 10 feet and we remove a couple more branches from the other side and we're to 335, which I agree that we should address. So with that, I know when I'm over
Thank you
time,
very
so
much, Mr.
thank
Werner.
you.
Thank you. And I want to give Mr. Schilling an opportunity to respond to some of the various legal issues that Mr. Werner brought up.
As far as the estoppel, that's exactly what I said the last time. But I don't know, I wasn't involved in the appeal, so I don't know I don't have in mind the driveway standards, the road cutting standards. Other than that, this is a rezone petition, right? Goes to the commissioners. It's a legislative matter, so.
Yep.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Schilling.
Mhm.
With that being said, I'd like to open it up to people who are in favor of this rezone. If you're here in the room, please come to the podium, sign in, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. If you're online, raise your virtual hand. If you're on the phone, press *9 to be recognized, but we'll start out here in the room. If anybody's here and would like to speak in favor of this rezone, please come forward. Welcome back. Hi. It's good to see you.
Yeah, after the last meeting, I went out and measured. Ben Ayers with the highway department, he
Yes.
came out and measured and he put paint marks on the road that I went by. And he said he came up with 310 feet and that was exactly what I came up with. And then I spin over some saplings and gained 15 feet. So we're at 325. It's supposed to be 345. So even if it stayed right there, but my driveway goes out to the road. Here's the road. Here's this side and this side. To get that 20 feet, I would move it that much. Not even the width of the driveway, half the width of the driveway. So I think it would be pretty easy to get the other 20 feet, taking some more saplings down. I don't think many big trees would have to come down, if any. And when I was talking to
Thank you.
Coretta, you were out last Friday,
Bernie Garatage, yeah, I visited the site Friday the 12th.
Bernie? Yeah. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but you were saying the highway department just likes to keep to a minimum the amount of driveway cuts that they do, just because it's a place where an accident can happen or whatever.
Yes.
Is that what you meant?
Just go ahead and answer questions and then I can address what I want to. That way we
Yeah.
know what's going on.
Well, I'm just thinking, I mean, living out in the country like this, you're not going to have subdivisions where there's 50 or 100 homes using one entrance. I mean, you don't have the sewer and water infrastructure for it. So there's always going to be farmers wanting to sell some property and, to build a house on with road frontage. And then they keep farming the property behind it. I mean, it's all over. So I just don't see why they would deny up, a driveway, as long as the site requirement. I mean, I understand you have to have that to be safe. So that's about all I got.
Well, thank you, and I'll give you, Mr. Garrett, has an opportunity to respond. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just gonna wait until everybody was done at
Be
the,
better. That would be better.
at the
Okay.
podium is what I was
Okay,
gonna
great.
suggest.
So if you would kindly come in up and sign in and state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, so my name is Colin Hamer. You heard me on the phone in April. Now I'm here in front of you. So I've got two concerns I have. Well, two items. One mainly is safety. So first thing, Sunday, there was like, so I own the property. Well, my wife and I own the property we're talking about. Saturday, on Sunday, there was 70 or 75 vehicles going into the marina. That's a very quiet day. On Saturday, there was probably twice that. It was the opening. If you remember the weather report, it was forecasted to rain all day. So we didn't get, or the marina didn't get the amount of people going there that it normally would, but it was still, let's say approximately 150. We can count them. I think we have a video somewhere. If that extra driveway is put into the shared one that's there today, all it's going to do is make safety more of a concern. Much more than I believe what we have today, where the road for the two shared properties enters North Shore Drive. So I'm concerned. I don't even know if I'm liable for that. I don't know. It concerns me and I need to look into that, but that's definitely an issue with me. Not forgetting that if people get hurt, that's a big mistake we're making here. But second, I think when we bought the property, we were never shown the plot line of 2008. We were given a 2006 one, and you said it was adjusted in 2008. We never saw that. I was also, when I bought the property, not aware that a driveway could come through what I owned. When we looked into it, we realized, yeah, we'd agreed to that, and where it cuts across the corner today, and we didn't like it, but so be it. That's it. I don't quite understand why the status quo can't just be kept. It's not dangerous today. I'm happy with it. The people that own the property around there are happy with it. And all I see is a nightmare from a safety perspective, if this is allowed to go ahead. So please appreciate that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the, yes, please come to the podium and sign in, state your name, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Tammy Gravely. I didn't mean to talk that loud. And I'm married to Tom Gravely. We live at 95 48 East North Shore, so we're lot 4. I pretty much agree with everything that everyone else has already told you. I would like to stress a point that's of personal concern to me, and that is that it seems to me that a lot of other people benefited from the sale of breaking apart the marina's original property. They benefited financially, not just the Shell couple, but then the Johnsons who bought the 2 lots, mine and the one next to us. We were shown a driveway permit because when you're looking at buying property and there's a shared driveway, you're sort of like, well, how does that work out? Like, whose driveway is it? Who maintains it? And we were shown that there was a driveway permit for shared use. And we felt that we could live with that. They then showed us the easement so that we both had access to the drive as well as the dock. It goes all the way because we also share a dock down there. So I just feel that a lot of other people maybe in the planning and zoning, along with the sellers of the property, made some errors and mistakes that it feels like we have to pay the price for that. Had I known this was going to be, and I mentioned this when I called in the last meeting, we wouldn't have spent, you know, $12,500 to have the driveway paved, and go to all that expense and trouble. And now you're talking about taking our driveway out into the commercial drive where, I mean, if I work in Indianapolis, so I'm not retired yet. So if I have to leave the lake to go to work and there are vehicles blocking my only exit out of my property, you know, people stop there to maybe park where he's not open yet. So they walk through the little man gate. How am I supposed to just drive through the grass, or you're making me pull out of a driveway into a commercial driveway and then pull out onto a road, as you can see. One thing I wanted to point out real quick is behind my house, our property, you see how the property juts up to the north? Our property actually owns the driveway entrance to the other property. So it seems like it's just been sort of a mess from the beginning. And I don't see the need. It's kind of like if it isn't broke, don't fix it kind of thing. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of this petition here in this room, online, or on the telephone? Or is there anyone here who would like to speak in opposition to this petition? If so, please come to the podium, raise your virtual hand, or press *9 on your telephone to be recognized. Okay, then, Mr. Werner, you have a 5-minute rebuttal.
I wonder, is it possible to show the video? I'd like to really show this video. I think it's very relevant and gives, some of you may have visited, but Colin mentioned some traffic numbers. And those were taken from Sunday. I counted them myself, which was a slow day. And Saturday was half as busy as last year's opening because of the iffy weather. And there were at least twice as many. And so this video shows you.
I'm sorry, point of order, two things. First of all, the clock is not running.
Yeah.
Second, I have concerns about videos being added to what's already existing for time. So if your video is 5 minutes and you want to use that 5 minutes with video, it's up to the board, that's fine. But if it's an 11-minute video, I don't think that's fair.
Well,
so I'm just going to put that out there, but thank you for getting the clock started.
Okay, we'll play it and you can yank me off. I think Tammy made the best, but real quick, I think Tammy made the best, and I made this point we are not the party to enforce that. We benefited not from these plot divisions. The people already sold out that weren't made to do what they were supposed to. So you can see the school bus here for the 200 or so residents right across from our driveway cut. Okay. You can see, okay, this is the beginning of our 512, or not very well compared to last year attended, because what I'm doing here is illustrating the commercial use of this plot. This is the plot we're talking about. It isn't a residential plot. I'm sorry. And so that was this truck pulling into the Hamers lot parking space and then having to back up and come into ours, which is what is going to happen when we put another driveway here. It's making a 6-way stop. You see the UPS truck. And now we're going to start to see once the event starts kicking off here, you're going to see dozens of golf carts and even more foot traffic. People walking across the AADT numbers at the highway, it pales. There is no way 350 vehicles, people passing is coming through here today. And this is a slow weekend. We're not even into July yet. You're going to see dozens and dozens. You're going to see the Graveleys peacefully later in this video, peacefully leave their driveway while this is going on. You're going to see backups. You're going to see somebody just gets on their phone. This guy here, I don't even know why this guy stops here. Immediately, a backup. That's going to block their driveway. What we're talking about here, immediately. Now, this isn't even a bad backup. There's one on the next day where the gate accidentally gets closed. It goes all the way out into the street and sits there for 5 minutes until someone figures out to call the number that's right on the gate and tell us, oh, your gate's closed. And so you can see this is just the start. This isn't even busy yet. We're not even on the half busy day. Look at all these carts that the highway department doesn't count. Look at all the families coming across here that we're going to throw another driveway into this commercial drive. Makes no sense for any of us. And so maybe you want to see that they can watch the video while we talk. Go ahead.
Well, so I came up with him because I'm actually a petitioner, part of the public, and I'm at the marina every day. And everything everybody said this past weekend with the weather predictions, our counts were down.
This is before 3 p.m. on Saturday.
And that's not busy. So we would have expected twice that many cars. Had the weather predictions not thrown off, you can see the cloudy skies. Thank God the rain held off for us that day, but Sunday was the same way. I mean, we had Mother's Day, threat of rain, the counts were down and all that. So we have a tremendous amount of traffic. We've got foot traffic.
Imagine on a Sunday, and this will kick over to Sunday if you do let it run. It'll kick over to Sundays. Imagine you're trying to go to church and what you see happen at 10 o'clock here happens. Imagine the Graveleys trying to go to church, or they're trying to come back from lunch. What happens on Sunday, not even on the busy day.
I'll also say we had an incident just yesterday where a commercial company brought a big semi trailer in with a piece of equipment on it, because we're the only convenient place on North Shore Drive, really the only place to bring any equipment to stand, including the county highway department. On many occasions have brought their dump trucks in when they're digging the ditches or working on the road. They could, we welcome them into our lot because they'll usually come in, buy a snack and use our restrooms or whatever, but this tremendous amount of traffic and commercial use.
Well, thank you very much for your rebuttal and for this video. Thank you. I'm going to start on my left. Mr. Garatas, you had some comments that you wanted to make.
Well, just a couple quick things in response to Mr. Gravely. I was out there on Friday the 12th, which was just last Friday. Saw Mr. Gravely and saw Mr. Warner over to the left, our left. Anyway, fine, polite gentleman, had a nice discussion with him. After last plan commission meeting, I wanted to make a point to go out and take a look at that intersection and the work that was done on the inside of that curve. Like I told the gentleman, it still doesn't meet the county's spec. It isn't far enough. I wheeled it from the drive. I didn't just step it off, or I wheeled it, didn't scale it. I think that sight distance could probably be achieved. That's my opinion. But it's still got to go through the highway department, but I think it can be achieved. I think there's a couple positives. It's not my job to argue the positives for the petitioner or for anybody, but what I saw is I think the inside of that curve could be taken out just a little bit more. And I think sight distance could be achieved. It's happened in the past. One of the benefits with that would be, I think there's a couple dead trees that could land out on the county roads. And I think that it could probably take those out. And I think that the mobile home park, or the manufactured home park, excuse me, opposite the Marina Drive, it might advance their sight distance just a little bit. Those are just what I saw out there. What Mr. Gravely had noted about me saying that it's common that we want to limit the number of driveway cuts on existing county roads. I went through that statement last meeting, and it's the truth. The county regularly limits the number of driveway cuts on public right of way in order to reduce the number of conflicts between the users of the roadway and the people coming in and out of the driveway. Explained to Mr. Warner and Mr. Gravely at the time that it's their burden and the petitioner's burden to show that what they want to do is better for the public than what's there now, or what they're than what they're trying to get away from. I can see some positives, frankly. There's some other issues here with with the county commissioners. I think that, I don't know if that causes an issue here, the way Drew explained it to me. I'm not sure that it does now. And I certainly defer to Ben Ayers. I respect his ability and consistency greatly. He does a great job. And I would want to know what he did. I understand that he was out there, I think the weekend before, on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday making observations. So credit to him. So I don't know that I missed anything with what I said. I think that there's some room to make some movement there. I think that there's can be some clearing. I think the residential drive and the commercial drive could potentially be a little bit of a conflict. None of it's earth stopping, or none of it's going to reverse the rotation of the earth. If that driveway's moved, frankly, I don't think it will, but I can certainly see the benefit to the owners of those houses not to have that conflict. And I think if those trees were moved out, the driveway would probably function fairly well. The issue with the two drives on one parcel, and I looked at the GIS and I think I figured out what that is. And Ben, maybe you can correct me on this, but is that relative to that Hamers on the east, that because their lot crosses over the marina, they've got a partial lot on the west side of the Marina Drive, and therefore that driveway of the Gravely's goes through that. And then they've also got their driveway that comes out on the commercial drive for the marina. Is that the way you interpreted that? I wasn't sure.
No, it's actually the residential drive that the Gravely's own, and the commercial drive entrance. Those are both on one parcel.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because we only cover what's in the roadway or
And then
touches the road.
And it's because of that little western leg that's on the west side of the Marina Drive that causes the issue there, correct?
Yeah, that little leg there where the handprint is there, and then the marina entrance itself.
Okay. And still two homes use that, but because that's part of a platted lot, that's the issue. So again, if you just, all the other stuff, I think that Mr. Warner's presentation and his letter had a lot of, I didn't see all of what he said correct as being correct. But I think if you just get down to the site distance issue, which is I think where a lot of the plan commission members were after Ms. Owens brought it up again, I think that there is opportunity to get site distance there, but I would defer to the highway department if we give them the direction to go that route. So that's all I've got.
Thank you, Mr. Garatas. Does anyone else to my left have anything that
Pardon
they?
me just a second,
Yes.
Mr. Gravely. Could you come up for just a second? I just want, did I answer your questions with what you asked up at the podium? Because I didn't want to not address what you asked or what you stated about me. being out
I'm
on the
sorry,
side.
I forgot my hearing aids.
Oh. I can get loud. I don't want
Can I
to.
come up to you?
Yeah, you can.
Look up there. You can see what he's saying.
Oh, there you go. Oh, I just, I just wanted to make sure that I asked the questions or made the proper remarks to you with the questions that you had for me while you were at the podium.
Where to trim the trees?
Yeah, that you trim the trees and that I thought there could be, yeah, where you trim the trees. Yes.
Up here.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, my driveway, that guy with the highway department, he made a mark here, then he made a mark up here. And I'm been, pretty much has been over since happening, and I gained 15 feet. So there's a lot more green right now, so it's hard
Sure.
to tell, but it wouldn't take much more. I think just get rid of the rest of the topic, would give you 345 more.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I addressed your questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, does anyone else to my left? Yes, Mr. Ullman?
I kind of want to just echo some of the similar comments that Mr. Garatos is saying. I made a visit out there on Saturday from 10:15 to 10:25. And the first thing I noticed was that it is a lot more trafficated than I expected. There was, and part of, one of the things I'm always noting is the vehicle size. This isn't just, small cars coming and going from a grocery store. There's trailers involved, and there were even boat trailers coming in. I watched one guy jump out, goes in the store, buys 2 bags of ice, jumps back in the trailer, and then later on, I saw the same boat and trailer launching over at Riddle Point. So they're not just using the boat launch, but they're also using the convenience store there. And I know, just the general atmosphere there, it seems like it could create plenty of headaches for the homeowners. I also sat at the exit there and kind of studied the roads. I'm not gonna pretend to be a highway engineer or know anything about driveway cuts, but I felt very safe with my egress from that driveway, and I can't think that bouncing 100 and so feet down the road and pulling out of the private lane, I would have felt any less safe. So that was just my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Ullman. Then I turn to my right, Mr. Enright Randolph.
Yeah, I guess I'm not gonna say anything too original over here that hasn't already been said. I visited the site. I went in and used the convenient store and bought a sandwich, bottle of water, and I think bag of chips. It was actually quite affordable, so I thought that was nice. Drove around a little bit. First, I do think the line of sight could be met, but again, I think, that's really determined by the highway department. And so I do agree with kind of some of what I heard from Mr. Garatos, which still holds his license, right? As a professional surveyor.
Yeah, I'm not giving a professional opinion.
I know you're not giving an official opinion, but I think that gives you a keen eye. So thanks for clarifying that. I agree with that. When Mr. Ayers spoke about safety, I really respect his opinion, and that's why this decision of mine is going to be very difficult. But also, just to wrap my comments up, is I pulled into the drive that we're talking about extending, and I'm looking at older aerial. I think if I bring up a new one, it's actually got some nice little roundabout that connects the two. So, I could have drove up and, easily drove and pulled out that, frontwards driving, but, I was a little apprehensive of just wanting to drive that close to their house. So I just threw my truck into reverse and backed out. And now if I'm apprehensive and, probably have a little more leeway with, operations going out there, conducting site investigations and, you know, feeling very comfortable that I'm allowed to be doing what I'm doing. Imagine members of the public just kind of accidentally finding their way up there if we extend that drive. I think one of their first instincts is going to throw it in reverse too. Because they'll be like, well, hey, I'm not leading to the North Shore Convenient Mart or dock ramp. So it's like, they're probably not going to want to go that close to the house. I'm not going to speak for everyone. I'm only going to speak for myself, but that's the way I felt. So I'm finding this as an opportunity, if they can meet that line of sight issue, that we could kind of almost righten the ship of a compound situation where there was a lot of buyer beware issues and even some permits that may or may not have been issued. So I'm actually going to support what the petitioner's goals are and you know, I guess we're asking to move a negative recommendation, but I'm going to support a positive recommendation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Enright Randall. Councilwoman Munson.
Thank you. I also visited the project area on Saturday, May 13th, and did so along with Plan Commission member Dee Owens. And it was nice having another Plan Commission member to discuss things with. We weren't focused on code requirements or crash reports or legal remedies. We really looked at the driveways and the safety issues. And in addition, we talked about gravel parking lots versus paving and the sidewalk that is requested. We approached the area and got our bearings looking at the various driveway cuts and paid attention to site distance. Both Commissioner Owens and I are experienced country road drivers and familiar with those issues because we drive the narrow, windy roads. And we thought this was one of the least problematic areas that we have seen on county roads. Yes, the site distance could be improved. It's already been mentioned, some trees can be cut, some branches can be trimmed, etc. And we saw really no reason at all to have change from a gravel parking lot where there is not water runoff into the lake, but to pave it and make it an area that contributes much more water to the lake. The sidewalk didn't seem to make any sense because most traffic was vehicular. And we were surprised by the number of golf carts. That was because I didn't think there was any golfing nearby. And I favor the petitioner's request because I think that is meeting the needs of the residents of the area and also the business. So that's where I stand on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, so first I want to say that I am not aware of any requests to move the date of the hearing. But we typically have one hearing officer who attends, and so I'm going to defer that question. I'll look into it, but I don't understand why somebody would apply for something and then ask to be delayed and why we wouldn't have had that information in front of us. But no, there's no need to answer that. I said I'm going to look into it. So I will look into it. Second, I have, obviously we're hearing about the driveway that's been repaved. Well, it's not like the entire driveway is wasted. It's a portion of that driveway that would have to be changed. So you're not losing your investment in your driveway. I do take very seriously what our highway department does. I take very seriously what our planning department does. I would actually like to ask if we could hear from another staff member who is Lisa Ridge, if she's still on, because it's been a while since I asked her if she would speak. There she is. Look at that. She's still at work. Thank you.
Still here. So yeah, I'm not sure where to even begin. I'm gonna try and keep this brief because it's 20 to 9. I know Ben has spent a lot of time on this. I believe he has about 400 pages of documents and everything that he's dealt with in this petition. One question that, and I applaud Ben for trying to uphold a commitment that was made in 2007 by a previous plan commission. It's not our responsibility to know that that transfers to new property owners. We have no way to track that. But again, it was something that was approved. It was recommended at the time by the highway engineer. The plan commission, I read up on some of the minutes from that meeting. Richard Martin was on that board, very intelligent, very thorough with the plan commission, the highway requirements, and the surroundings at that time. I do understand the concern of coming off a commercial driveway. I would agree that, you know, is that an ideal situation? Probably not. It's our department's responsibility to follow our code to the best that we can, and we have a new code since then. The safety of the traveling motorist. About the delay, I guess, again, and I'm glad Julie brought that up, that she was going to look into that, because everything that's documented is in our OpenGov software program. I've seen the comments from Mr. Warner. I've seen comments from Plan Commission. We even confirmed with the commissioner's secretary that the petition appeal went through OpenGov so that the petitioner was notified. She verified yes. But I guess my other question is why somebody that doesn't own that property is petitioning for a driveway that he does not own. And I believe at the time that day was one of the questions that one of our attorneys had. Why would we be dealing with Mr. Werner for a driveway appeal when he is not the owner? About traffic counts. There's a reason why the word average starts that statement. It's the average, not on the day of an event. That is one reason why Ben spent his weekend sitting out there to monitor traffic. Again, I've been in the department for 35 years. We never do traffic counts on the day of an event because it's not actual. I think that's just some of the points I wanted to bring up. And as the department head for the highway department, we will respect whatever decision this board goes. Because I know Ben will be happy to get this off his plate. And I guess the only other thing that everybody keeps bringing up is the error of the driveway permit. It was corrected that day. Does everybody make mistakes? Absolutely. But sometimes those mistakes go on for years. Ben realized that mistake that day with the same property owner. It did not transfer to a new property owner. It was corrected the same day. So to argue that there was errors in driveway permits, it didn't transfer to owners. It was corrected with the same owner. Now, how that transferred forward is up to that property owner. So yeah, that's actually all I have to say at this point, unless anyone has any other questions.
If I could,
Yes,
thank you, Ms. Ridge, for that information. I appreciate you sticking around because it is late in the evening. I would like to add that the question was raised about gravel versus paved, and that's a BZA question is my understanding. So that's not before us today. I just
Okay.
want to make that clear to the public, since it's been raised again, that that's not an issue in front of us today. I think, everybody's talking about how many, we visited, whatever we did. I've actually been in this property, I think 4 times now. And so, yeah, so I'm, and that's partly what I'm basing my opinion on. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I return to members of the Plan Commission for a motion.
I'll make a motion. Let me grab my packet. Or could you bring up what planning has? Sorry, I closed some of my PDFs. Apologize for that.
Do you want the very first slide?
I guess one of the questions, since the staff is suggesting a negative recommendation and I plan to make a opposite, do you have a recommendation prepared for that by any chance? No, I think I'm fine.
You got conditions, they'll have conditions.
Okay.
I'll put this up just because it has good information on it, but we do not have a slide prepared for a positive recommendation.
Okay. I recommend to forward this with a positive recommendation to the Board of Monroe County Commissioners based off the prior, or just a positive recommendation based off of the history of the use of this drive and the discussion that we heard tonight. I'll ask planning staff, is there any other thing that you think would be appropriate to add due to the fact that I'm going to send or make a motion for a positive recommendation?
I mean, usually we go based upon the highway department's.
I know this is
engineering
not
report.
easy. So thank you. With one caveat, I really appreciate Ms. Ridges and Mr. Ayers' time and effort, and this does not make it an easy decision due to their comments today. This is very tough and I'm a little torn, but that is my motion.
Can I offer a friendly amendment? I hate to do this, but
Yes.
if if the second driveway, or if that driveway is going to be allowed, it's got to meet site distance requirements and inspected by the county highway department. And then only the 2 homes that are using that drive now will be able to use it in the future. So we don't have the potential for another home site or a home site having 2 drives on its property.
I'll absolutely accept that as a friendly amendment.
Yes, Mr. Schilling.
Could you repeat?
Oh, I'm
that for
sorry.
me?
My mic was on. That the highway department inspect for site distance and that the geometry of where that driveway is that the clearance is made so they'll get site distance. And I noted on the GIS that the county, that looks like that owner on the other property it's not a platted right of way. So I don't know what that means with the owner having to clear trees on someone else's ground. They're gonna have to work through that. And then secondly, that driveway that the Graveleys and the Wisemans use cannot be used by any other homes. So we're still having those 2 driveways, those 2 homes coming off one driveway. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure if I could summarize that exactly.
I mean, it's
Sorry.
basically subject to highway department's approval and with us having negotiated away their standards. So I don't know how you say, can you reduce your standards in this one case to the best of your
I'm
ability?
not asking that.
What
I
are
don't
you
thi-
asking?
I'm saying that the driveway inspector has to inspect for their standards for the site distance. That was my friendly amendment.
Okay, so that's been moved and amended and.
I'm gonna withdraw my motion because I want to support this, but again, I want to move it forward if, you know, if they can't meet the line of sight, that there's some discretion with the board of just
If we can't meet site
commissioners.
distance, I won't support it.
Right. Same here, but then I guess we're asking highway to go back out there. I don't want to discuss this now, but like,
So it's withdrawn. Thank you. So I.
and I'm gonna offer,
Motion.
go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to recommend a negative recommendation to the Monroe County Board of Commissioners based on the prior rezone petitions, conditions of approval, and the recommendation by the Monroe County Highway Department. That's my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
So a
All
vote
right.
yes is a negative recommendation.
Correct.
to be
So there's been a motion and a second to forward a negative recommendation to the county commissioners. Vote in favor is a vote to provide that negative recommendation. Margaret Clements,
Yes.
Tron Enright Randolph,
No.
Bernie Garitas,
No.
Jeffrey Morris,
Yes.
Cheryl Munson,
No.
Edward Olman,
No.
and Julie Thomas.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Okay.
I'm gonna try another motion and I'm gonna move to send this with a positive recommendation, even though I can count, to the Board of Commissioners. Where the petitioner has the ability to prove that they can make the line of sight and by a licensed professional that's allowed to do that. A licensed surveyor is an engineering, a PE able to do that.
It's the
By
highway
someone,
department.
by a professional that is able to do that type of design work. And if they can meet the line of sight distance, then I would like to move this forward with a positive recommendation. If that makes sense. I don't question our highway department, but again, they already gave us their opinion, so if we get an independent opinion that they can meet that line of sight, then I'm in support. Because I do agree with you. I'll let this one just die.
Is there? a
Right, I'm
second?
not withdrawing it though.
Okay,
There you go. You got your second.
I'll try this. I move that we forward this to the Monroe County Board of Commissioners with a positive recommendation, subject to review by the Highway Department that any clearing necessary to allow for the 350-foot sight distance can be obtained.
Second.
So there's been a motion and a second. It's to forward a positive recommendation to the county commissioners. Subject to review by the highway department to determine any clearing necessary to increase the site distance. Does that sound good?
Mhm.
All right, and I'll go ahead and call the roll on that one.
Can you clarify what each vote means?
Sure. So a vote in favor is to send a positive recommendation to the county commissioners, basically to not require the driveways all be combined. We would remain as they are. However, there would need to be any clearing would need to happen, and the highway department oversee that.
There was something about 350 feet.
That's
Line
the
of
site
sight.
distance requirement.
Yeah, so if that could be inserted in.
Okay, to meet 100 or 350 feet. All right. Tron Enright Randolph,
Yes.
Bernie Garitas.
Yes.
Jeffrey Morris.
No.
Sorry, that was a no. Okay, thanks. Cheryl Munson,
Yes.
Edward Olman,
Yes.
Julie Thomas,
That's a no, because we're still asking the highway department to okay something they can't, so.
No, I'm not. For clarification. Madam Commissioner, what I'm trying to do is
In
make it.
hindsight, you are, and I heard what you said.
And
okay.
what,
It's fine.
what
It's
I'm
fine.
requesting is that the site distance be opened up like we've done on multiple petitions before this plan commission over the years. Thank you.
and Margaret Clements.
No,
It's 4-3, motion fails.
I move that we send this to the Board of Commissioners with no recommendation.
You second.
There was a motion and a second to forward no recommendation to the commissioners, and you made the
Yes,
recommendation, and who seconded that?
Julie
Thank you,
Thomas.
Julie. All right, there's been a motion and a second. A vote in favor is to send no recommendation to the county commissioners on this topic. Bernie Garitas. Jeffrey Morris,
Yes.
Cheryl Munson,
No.
Edward Olman,
No.
Julie Thomas.
Yep.
Margaret Clements
Yes,
and Tron and Wright Randolph.
No.
It's 3-4, motion fails.
well, there's been a request for 5-minute break. We need to take a few minutes. So someone needs to utilize things. Is 5 minutes enough? Okay, thanks. Yes, we're on recess. Get up. I'll look that up right now. Does that make?
Sorry, I didn't see you. So busy. That's what I'm saying. The manager. We can get the right. Treatment. We, they let it part of the in last year. Right. Going across there. I know.
Oh, okay, everyone, it's after 9 o'clock, so we're gonna finish this case and it's possible we won't hear the last case tonight. With that being said, I'm reconvening the meeting and I would like to entertain a motion.
I can make a motion. I'm going to make a motion for case REZ 23 that we continue it to the next regular meeting of the Plan Commission and ask the Highway Department to take another look to see if site distance could be met with tree removal.
A resounding second.
Okay.
There's been a motion and a second. I'm getting real creative with my voting sheet now. Okay. I'm going to call the roll. A vote in favor is to continue this to the next plan. The regular meeting, which would be
June.
No, it's a 32.
We can do this all again.
I believe this would be June 20th, Tuesday, June 20th, 2023.
Okay.
So a vote in favor is a vote to continue this petition.
And there is a condition, Tammy, that we ask the Highway Department.
And thank you. And the condition is that that the Highway Department take another look at this to see if any vegetation removal could improve site distance.
Could meet site distance requirements.
350.
And meet the 350 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. Cheryl Munson,
Yes.
Edward Ullman,
Yes.
Julie Thomas.
Yes.
Margaret Clements,
Yes.
Tron Enright Randolph,
Yes.
Bernie Garitas.
Yes.
And Jeffrey Morris.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-1
Thank you, Mr. Morris. That was a
or 7-0.
brilliant. Yeah, that's great. And so we now, because it's after 9 o'clock, and we need to have a motion to either continue with the last case on our agenda or to move that to our next meeting.
I would like
I
to make
move that we continue with the agenda. Because poor Mr. Decker's been here the whole time. No, and this should not be a terribly long agenda item, so.
I'll second.
All right, so there's been a motion and a second to
Did I step on your toes?
continue.
Okay.
There's been a motion and a second to continue on with this meeting and hear the final petition of the evening. Tron Enright Randolph,
Yes.
Bernie Garitas.
Yes.
Jeff Morris,
Yes.
Cheryl Munson,
Yes.
Edward Ullman,
Yes.
Julie Thomas.
Yes.
And Margaret Clements.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, so we're on to the last item on our agenda under new business, SPP 23-2, Pedigo Bay Major Subdivision Preliminary Plat, Amendment 3, page 190, preliminary hearing and a waiver of the final hearing is requested concerning 8 parcels on 15.3 plus or minus acres in section 35 of Clear Creek Township at 2591, 2597, 2599, 2600, 2603, 2621 East Pedigo Bay. And I believe that Ms. Crecelius is the planner for this. So we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay. So the petitioner is requesting to amend the existing Pedigo Bay subdivision, which is a major subdivision preliminary plat. This would be amendment number 3. This is 6 parcels totaling 15.3 acres. So this amendment would be for a few reasons. The first would be to reduce the area of open space. And 2, add the 5 existing lots into the Pedigo Bay major subdivision. So 4 of the 5 adjacent lots are developed and of a residential use. All of the lots utilize the services of Pedigo Bay subdivision, such as the private package plant and gated community. So the Plan Commission recently saw this because it went through a rezone first. The intent of the rezone, and ultimately now this preliminary plat amendment is that the open space of multiple of these lots, the 5 existing lots, is directly in front of these people's properties, and they want to absorb that area of open space as their front yards. Now, there are multiple constraints to this property, and the open space. There's existing multiple karsts that are platted as sinkhole conservancy areas, and there are multiple ingress and egress and utility easements that cross this area. The rezone was required because it was zoned forest reserve, and these properties that were not in Pedigo Bay were zoned suburban residential. So here is what the existing zoning looks like right now after the rezone. So that triangular shape that is zoned suburban residential is being absorbed. The open space currently in Pedigo Bay is split up into 3 parcels, but is 1 lot. On your screen right now is what that original open space looks like. And you can kind of see some of those sinkhole areas and easements that span the 3 disconnected parcels. So on the screen is the preliminary plat amendment 3 proposed by Deckard Land Surveying. So we can see that those residential properties, their lot lines are being adjusted to absorb that front yard. Some questions that have come up throughout this process, including the rezone, was, if these properties are expanding, is future development possible? Could they possibly be developed more or intensified? And the answer ultimately is no. Under Chapter 825, the environmental constraints overlay area, part of these properties are within that overlay area. So on the bottom of the screen, 825-4, the maximum residential density that shall be allowed shall be 1 unit per 5 acres. So on the screen is a table showing each of the 5 existing lots and the areas that they're being absorbed. So the total acreage for each of the lots after absorbing the common space is never going to exceed 5. So only 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres is possible. Okay, and I've got just a few site photos. Because it's such a large area, it's kind of hard to get a grasp of it. These are the same photos from the rezone. So as you move through the neighborhood, you really have no indication that this area was open space and maintained by the homeowners association. It really just appears as a larger front yard. So we can see a manhole here indicating, utility in the area. And it's a little hard to see some of the contours of the sinkholes. If you look past the tree towards the house, you can see some change in the shades of the photo of indicating a sinkhole area. Okay, so overall, the comments that we received on this preliminary plat amendment request is essentially no comments. So the MS4 coordinator, because there are no changes to any of these properties, all driveways are existing, the road is privately maintained, and all the drainage is all the properties are already built out. There have been no comments from Highway Department. So that being said, staff recommends approval of the Pedigo Bay Major Subdivision Preliminary Plat Amendment 3 based on the findings of fact and subject to the Monroe County Highway and Drainage Engineer reports.
With that being said, do members of the Plan Commission have questions for staff? If there are none, if the petitioner or the petitioner's representative is here, you have 15 minutes to address us. Thank you. We love you anyway. Just make our night.
Thank you for extending your time here this afternoon and hearing this petition. I also want to commend you guys for taking the time out of your busy days on the weekend to go out and visit a petitioner's site. That's
Thank you for your patience with us tonight. Thank you.
And as far as I'm concerned, and as far as the petitioner is concerned, we agree with staff's recommendation. And if there's any questions, please feel free to ask.
Great. Okay. With that being said, thank you, Mr. Deckard. Is there any member of the public who would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this petition? If so, please come to the podium. If you're here, raise your virtual hand on Zoom or press *9 on your telephone to be recognized. Do you see anyone? Okay, we move it back to the commission for a motion or discussion or both.
I'm willing to make a motion for case SPP 23 I move that we approve the Pedigo Bay subdivision preliminary plat amendment 3 based on the findings of fact, subject to the Monroe County Highway Department reports.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. Vote in favor is to approve Pedigo Bay subdivision SPP 23 2. I'll call the roll. Cheryl Munson,
Yes.
Julie Thomas,
Yes.
Margaret Clements,
Yes.
Jeff Morris,
Yes.
Bernie Veritas.
Yes.
Edward Omen
Yep.
and Tron Enright Randolph.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Okay, with that being said, are there any reports from staff?
No reports on my end.
Okay, does anybody have any objections to our adjournment?
So moved.
Okay, thank you everyone for your good work tonight and have a good evening.